We're live right now on YouTube, just to let everybody have a heads up. We're live right now on YouTube, just to let everybody have a heads up.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Burnett. Ms. Burnett, we'll have you go at the very first of public speak so you can, so you don't have to stay for the whole meeting unless you would like to. All right, we're 2 minutes out.
We're already live though, so you're deprived of our usual pre-meeting banter.
Yes, that is correct.
Really, it's just the public is usually deprived of it, so tonight we have to refrain. Hello, Ms. Burnett, good to see you.
Hi, everyone. Happy holidays. Happy New Year. It's been a minute. I've been on vacation.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
It looks like Dustin Dumas is on the attendee list and needs to be a panelist.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Mr. DeLuca. Nick, can you bring Dustin over, please?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. All right, there she is. Good evening, Dustin. We need Mr. Davis. Unless I'm missing him. Yes. Oh, my bad, Nance. That was for Marie. It's all set. Yep. Sorry. All right. There's Mr. Daffis. Hey. Cool. All right.
Eric, you have a chat from Dustin wondering how to participate if you wanted to reply to that.
Oh, Dustin's already in.
Here before. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think she may just need to start video or maybe go off mute at some point, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to stay mute, and this is Dustin. I was just going to stay mute and hit until you need me to be on screen. So I'll mute myself again.
Great.
Thank you. Okay, we might as well get started on time at the present. All right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, July 6th Township Committee meeting. I will first start with saluting the American flag. I pledge allegiance to
The flag
the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So before I get started, I'm going to read the official statement. Just want to let the public know that as I made a public statement on Friday, that the investigation for Musa Fofana is ongoing. Our detectives, as well as the Essex County Prosecutor's Office, are working diligently, following up some situations, and we're obviously hopeful that we'll come to some conclusions sooner than later. And also, as you know, we have a reward out there for $44,000 plus, if you will. So if you know anything, please obviously come forth, because as a community, we need everyone's help in this process. But just to, again, to mitigate any of the false narratives out there, this is an ongoing investigation. It is an active investigation. We are working in collaboration with Essex County Prosecutor's Office. And they are focused on solving this horrific act. So know that. And also tonight, unfortunately, is the 1 month, 1 month ago, this evening was when Musa was taken from us. So have him and Hawa and the family and friends and teammates in your thoughts and prayers this evening. So thank you for that. The second thing I wanted to communicate is tonight there is an issue on the agenda that was defined as a hot topic. And we have people that are for something and against something. And that's okay. We all can have our opinions and agree to disagree. But the one thing that we must do, especially in this arena, is respect each other. So please know that if you say anything that's disrespectful to my colleagues or anyone else, that we will discontinue you and mute you. It's very important that we have respect for each other. So I just want to say that right away. So everyone will be allowed their 3 minutes to speak, but in that course, be respectful to everyone and be respectful in your words to others. Thank you so much. Pursuant to Section 5, Chapter 231, Public Laws of 1975, this is to state for the record that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided to the public by posting and maintaining the annual notice of regular meetings on the bulletin board of the municipal building, by mailing the annual notice of regular meetings for 2021 to the news record and Star Ledger in December 2020, and by filing said notice in the office of the Township Clerk.
Ms. Adams?
Here.
Mr. Daffis?
Here.
Mr. DeLuca?
Here.
Mr. Lembrick?
Here.
Mayor McGee?
Here.
Whereas Chapter 231, Public Laws of 1975, commonly known as the Open Public Meetings Act, requires that all meetings of public bodies be open to the public. And whereas Section 7A provides that the governing body has the discretion to permit, prohibit, or regulate the active participation of the public at any meeting. And whereas the desire of the governing body to comply with the provision of this act, same time it conducts its business in an orderly and expeditious manner, now therefore be resolved by the Township Committee, Township Maplewood, that it does hereby prohibit, except as set forth in the formal agenda, active participation in the deliberations of the governing body by the public, and except as otherwise prescribed by law, does limit the public to the observation of the actions and discussions of the governing body at all of its regular and special meetings.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Daffis?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Mr. Lembrick?
Yes.
Mayor McGee?
Yes, and thank you, Ms. Fritzen. And good evening, everyone. I will run through our agenda for tonight. It is quite lengthy, I have to say that. First, we will start with our employee spotlight. We're going to be recognizing Dustin Dumas, who has been an amazing advocate for our community and is one of the leaders in Soma TV. We'll go to agenda item number 6. We'll first hear from Ms. Keisha Burnett, who is our liaison for Essex County, and then we'll have public comment, as I said before, limited to 3 minutes on agenda items only. After that concludes, we'll move on to our Board of Health meeting, which we'll hear from Candace Davenport, a health officer, led by Deputy Mayor Dean Daffis. Tonight, we have 3 ordinances on final. The first one is related to our tree ordinance. The second is related to stormwater management. And the third and final ordinance on final is fees related to the woodland and the Burdorf. On introduction, we have a total of 6 ordinances. The first one is related to wireless communication of antennas and towers. The second is related to cell wireless facilities within our municipality and the rights of way. The third ordinance is related to the smoking of cannabis-based products in key areas of our town, such as playgrounds and recreational areas. The fourth ordinance is related to the ability for those who want to have events in Maple Crest Park to serve alcoholic beverages. Our fifth ordinance is related to the bond for the athletic field box at DeHart Park. And our sixth and final ordinance on introduction is related to the operation of cannabis businesses outside of our medical facility in the Township of Maplewood. After going through all these ordinances, we'll now move on to our reports from department officials heads. We'll hear from our CFO, or we'll cover his monthly memo, which he provided to us last week. We'll then have our administrative reports. So we'll hear from our Township Administrator, Mr. Gimes. We'll hear from our Township Attorney, Mr. Desiderio, and finally from our Township Clerk, Ms. Fritzen. We'll have reports from elected officials. We'll go in alphabetical order tonight. So we'll hear from Ms. Adams, Mr. Daffis, Mr. DeLuca, Mr. Limbrick, and then myself. We have 4 discussion items. First led by Ms. Fritzen, the canceling of our August 17th meeting, traditional thing that we do. We'll have a discussion led by Mr. DeLuca regarding leveraging open space trust funds for planners at Yale Corner. We'll hear from Mr. Daffis, who will discuss, Ms. Adams, excuse me, about fossil fuel companies and their responsibilities regarding climate change. And finally, from Mr. Daffis regarding amending our Senior Advisory Committee ordinances. Our consent agenda is very robust. We have 26 items on the consent agenda. I'll just highlight a couple of them. We will be authorizing the purchase of 2 police vehicles for our police department, the awarding of a contract for professional engineering services for the additional construction administration to close out our municipal pool. We'll also hear from the purchasing of a 2021 Tahoe for our fire department, the installation of a crosswalk at the intersection of Hickory Drive and Wyoming Avenue. We also have the purchase, authorizing the purchase of police management systems for software, change order for pool renovations. We'll be looking to appoint the position of code inspector. We also have an appointment regarding the appointing of an engineering group for a synthetic field project, but we will cut that one out of the resolution consent agenda, talk about that separately. Payment to our former police chief, Michael Weber. Contract of custodial services for 2021. We'll be appointing a clerk for the municipal court, appointing our fire official for the Township of Maplewood. Bills and claims, the amendment of our 2021 pool fees, which we may talk a little bit about as well. The introduction of our SID budgets, which we discussed in February. And then we'll move on to the end of our consent agenda, and we'll go on to our second and final public comment on any subject matter whatsoever, also a limit of 3 minutes. And then finally, agenda item number 23 will be our adjournment. So therein lies our meeting for tonight. Like I said, there's a lot to cover. And with that, we will go ahead and move forward with our first agenda item number 5, which is the employee spotlight. And we'll be highlighting our great Maplewoodian, Dustin Dumas. So Dustin, you're with us, I hope.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, there she is. So I'm going to do a couple of some screen sharing here, so people can understand the amazing work that you do in our community. So the first thing I'm sharing here is your reward, for the amazing work that you did. Dustin and her team, if I can call it a team, does a really good job on really promoting Maplewood and South Orange. And just so many events and attributes that are here in our community. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to not put you on the spot per se, but I'm going to share something that I think will be very good for people to see, related to the work that you do. So let's just take a quick listen for about a minute of Soma TV.
Hi, I'm Dustin Dumas, and I am the station manager of South Orange Maplewood Television, also known as Soma TV. I am the host and producer of Dustin's Kaleidoscope, and I am here today to share with you what makes Soma TV special. Throughout the years, Soma TV has evolved into a station that provides both a creative and educational outlet for our South Orange and Maplewood residents. We have many different shows. Books in Action covers authors, books, and book events. Career Corner covers career options at every stage of a person's career. Education Roundtable covers topics important to the Soma School District. Nostalgia Alley covers nostalgia. Dustin's Kaleidoscope covers a variety of topics from creatives to app developers and more. We have more shows than I have time to mention, but some of the other community events we cover in the two towns are the South Orange Play Day, Newcomers Day, the 24-hour music festival, Maker Madness, and many other events.
There you go. So I just wanted to give everyone a little bit of a taste of your work, Dustin. And also, I think that one of the awards that, one of the things you won the award for was your amazing work you did on getting out the vote. So I thought there were so many videos that you did, and I think some of my colleagues were going to might chuckle, but we're going to take a look at least one right now. How about that?
Vote. You know what? Every election is determined by the people who show up. So vote.
Honor the past, support the future. Vote.
Voting is a right. Voting is a privilege. Voting is a responsibility. Vote.
Vote. Don't let someone else choose for you.
All right. So I just wanted to share some of the work that Dustin has done throughout the years for our community. That's available on Facebook and also, of course, on Soma TV. And Dustin, Larry, and everyone have been honored to work with. And you're like unsung heroes in our community. And so with that said, I wanted to read a recognition and appreciation for all the work that you've done, Dustin, and then we'll go from there. So, whereas the Township of Maplewood has been fortunate to have dedicated team members committed to the mission of the municipality, and whereas recognizing this team member for her commitment to the residents of our town and South Orange by stepping up and addressing projects, requests, responsibilities, and keeping a pulse on all things related to our community. And whereas, as the Township Committee wishes to extend our utmost appreciation for the work that your team and you as a team member have done for public service and for all our residents. And whereas the Township Committee wishes to extend our sincere best wishes and every happiness in the future of every show that you do, Dustin, and also for making Maplewood and South Orange a wonderful place to be. Now therefore be resolved by the Township Committee that we would like to recognize and appreciate your service as a team member in the Township of Maplewood for Soma TV. So congratulations, Dustin.
Thank you so much. And if I could just say one thing, is that the award that we won for, I'm very proud of, because it actually took the entire community to win this award. You showed one of the videos for Get Out the Vote, but we had so many people from South Orange and Maplewood who actually contributed to the series of videos. And we were very fortunate enough to have people who obviously spoke English, Nepalese, French, American Sign Language, Spanish. So I think that really contributed to our entire community winning this award. That's the way I think of it, because there were so many people who helped make this. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And that's very nice of you to honor the entire station this way.
Congratulations, Dustin. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, Dustin, you're welcome to stay for the next 4 hours, or you can have the rest of your evening.
As tempting as that sounds, I'll leave you all to finish the business end of this. And once again, thank you so much for acknowledging the work that we all do at Soma TV. And we really look forward to even producing more work and more shows and things like that. So thank you again.
Thank you, Justin. Good night. Thank you.
Good night.
All right. So we'll now move on to agenda item number 6, which is public comment on agenda items only. But before we get started, Mr. Waltz, I want to yield the floor to Ms. Burnett, who is our liaison with Essex County, and see if she had anything she wanted to bring us up to speed on. And then we yield her the opportunity to enjoy the rest of her evening if she doesn't want to stay for the rest of the public comment. So Ms. Burnett, I yield the floor to you.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members. It's a pleasure to be back. I was on an extended vacation. I am your Maplewood liaison. I still remain the Essex County Moor Keeper, but the news that I have for you, which I think will be more beneficial to the township, is I have been promoted. I'm no longer the director of DFAB. I am now the Director of Small Business Development and Affirmative Action for Essex County. So with that being said, it's been very recent. It's been less than 30 days. I'm working on some plans. I plan to speak with the mayor, speak with you, so that I can help your residents recover from COVID and see what the needs are to help the small businesses recover. And those small businesses that wanted to start up but couldn't because of COVID, let me see what I can do to help them. So I'm just asking for a little time. Like I said, it's been less than 30 days, but I'm honored and I'm excited and I'm here. I will forward my contact information to Mr. Glenn and to the mayor so that everyone has it. And I will definitely be at the next meeting. It is my goal to have at least one event before the end of the year for small businesses. But my big dream, which is outside the box and something that's never been done before, is I plan to have an event every month, a theme month for 2022.
Awesome.
That's all I have for right now.
Thank you, Ms. Burnett. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Burnett?
I just wanted to say, I'm noticing a pattern that our liaison of the county always gets promoted.
Yes.
I mean,
I'm staying with you.
sounds like a stepping stone if you're a liaison for anyone.
Well, it kind of is. But when I saw the mayor at a press conference and I said, oh, I need to talk to you, there's been some changes. He said, look, are you still the liaison? That's all I want to know. I said, yes, I remain. That's part of the deal. I love Maplewood and I'm here.
All right, cool. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
Awesome. So Ms. Burnett, we appreciate you as always. Enjoy the rest of your evening. If you send me the email, I will connect you with Ms. Barnett, who is our new assistant township administrator. And so, okay. Yeah, so we'll connect you two together and we'll go from there.
All right. Thank you. Have a good evening, everyone.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Good night.
Awesome. So we'll now move on to the beginning of our public comment. I see we have some people already in the queue. So Mr. Waltz, I'll let you drive that. Yes, there's like 4 people. So I'll let you tell us who's going first and we'll go from there.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Township Committee. We will now begin the first public comment portion of the meeting on agenda items only. If any meeting attendee would like to address the committee, please use the raise your hand function. It will convert you to a panelist and allow you 3 minutes to speak. Would anybody like to address the Township Committee? Okay, Mayor, first up, you have John Sullivan. You have 3 minutes.
Mayor Frank, Township Committee, thank you for giving me this time to discuss, as Mayor Frank referred to it, as the hot topic on the agenda. First of all, I've sent each of you a letter outlining my feelings on this issue. And it's not so much the pros and cons of the synthetic turf to be put at the heart, but rather the method in which it was brought to front. The issue of replacing the grass field with artificial turf at DeHart Park was a surprise and unknown to many. It went from a discussion item to a resolution at a May 18th meeting with a caption on the agenda, quote, fields/FM, close quote. There was absolutely no outreach to the community in the immediate vicinity that I'm aware of. I'm on the executive board of the Hilton Neighborhood Association and also a district leader for the Democratic Party in that area. Once this May meeting took place, I spoke with neighbors, spoke with people that frequent the Hart Park. Again, they were not aware of it. However, at that same meeting, there were many other people that spoke in favor of the turf field. When just reviewing the agenda item, I don't know how one could tell that that was going to be the focus. I think that people have accused me of having some type of agenda. My only agenda is to have everyone be heard on this issue. That's why I publicized it through many different Facebook pages. And, you know, I'm here to listen. I myself am not against the general concept of artificial turf. However, I think that it's important that we hear from all stakeholders addressing this issue. I want to thank the committee for making the decision to remove the contract to be awarded from the consent agenda to be addressed by itself separately. And also with respect to the bond ordinance, I'm in favor of the acquisition and installation of the 911 dispatch console that is also connected to the artificial turf
30
bond
seconds.
ordinance. That's all I have. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Okay, next up, we have Lauren O'Brien. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lauren O'Brien. I am the New Jersey Director for the nonpartisan, nonprofit Pay Up Climate Polluters campaign, here to encourage holding polluters accountable for climate damages. We urge Governor Murphy to file a lawsuit on behalf of the state of New Jersey against the fossil fuel industry for their share of climate costs due to their decades-long history of knowledge and deception. Thanks to journalists and whistleblowers, hundreds of internal industry documents were released to the public in 2014 detailing how long and to what degree oil and gas companies have known about this link between fossil fuels and global warming. Despite their detailed knowledge and being on the cutting edge of climate science, Big Oil took action in the mid-'80s to conceal that information and influence the public through disinformation and denial campaigns. Based on the growing body of climate attribution science, we now know that nearly 2/3 of all historic carbon emissions can be traced to just 90 fossil fuel producers, several of which have been named as defendants in lawsuits across the country. There are 26 communities at local and state levels that have filed suit against Big Oil to hold them accountable for this history and to recover the massive costs associated with adaptation and resilience efforts. These cases are closely modeled after tobacco and opioid litigation, and recent coast filings include Connecticut, Delaware, New York City, and Hoboken. And in New Jersey, over 80 nonprofit organizations make up our Climate Accountability Coalition. Many legislative resolutions have passed or are active at local, county, and state levels in favor of this lawsuit. So I encourage the Township of Maplewood to be the first municipality in Essex County to pass such a resolution in favor of holding climate polluters accountable, to include your own climate statistics, impacts, and costs that best reflect your community. I also have a Maplewood resident on the line, Erin Mead, who's in favor of this initiative. And if I have a remaining minute, I would yield it to her. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Brien. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, next up, we have Joan Crystal. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Not on the artificial turf issue, though I am opposed to it. I want to thank the Township Committee for the opportunity to review the ordinance which created the Maplewood Seniors Advisory Committee. 2 points in particular, one being the definition of what comprises a senior for the purpose of the senior members on the committee, now stipulated 6. And secondly, for reviewing the listing of the non-voting members who are township employees for the most part in various departments, which does no longer reflect the reality of who's actually attending the meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Henry Williams. You have 3 minutes.
Well, I'd like to thank the Township Committee for giving us a chance to speak on the turf fields. I'm speaking in opposition to the turf fields. We already have a turf field at Underhill, which is going to be replaced, as well as the field at Ritzer, which is going to be turfed with artificial turf as a part of the school improvement bond. And rather than increasing the heat footprint for our town with more plastic desert acreage, the community will be better served by the township researching the hiring of a grounds manager, perhaps in conjunction with South Orange, so that the grass fields might be maintained, as well as determining what can be done to address any issues with drainage or condition, so that they're handled by the town itself rather than hired out to the lowest bidder. Artificial turf fields are problematic for many reasons, primary among them being the toxicity of the rubber infill and the heat islands they create, with pitch temperatures being 30 to 70 degrees higher than the air temperature and lacking any beneficial respiration of actual green spaces. The use of artificial turf at DeHart was previously resoundingly rejected by the community in a referendum. I would urge the Township Committee to put it to a vote again so that the community has a say in whether our green spaces survive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Okay, next up, Mayor, we have Brian Humiker. 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Brian Newmiker, and I've been a resident of Maplewood since 2001. My wife and I have raised our children in this community. Our oldest graduated from Columbia last month, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak to you all about DeHart Park this evening. And before I do, I just want to extend my heartfelt appreciation to each member of this council. I am truly grateful for all that you do on behalf of our town and the commitment you make to serving our community. In 2016, I worked with Kate Schmidt and the South Orange Rec Department, as well as dozens of parent volunteers, to found Soma Flag Football. This co-ed rec league is open to all Maplewood and South Orange youth between the ages of 8 and 14. And in 4 years, we grew this league from 180 players our first year to over 400 players. Soma Flag Football is enjoyed by residents from every part of our two towns. Our goal is to take every single kid that wants to play. We leave no one on a waiting list. The registration fee is minimal. And if anyone can't cover the expense, then we cover it for them. Nobody is left out. We play all of our games right here in Mapso. There's no traveling to other towns required. No need to purchase special equipment or gear. This league is truly accessible to everyone in our town. Game day in flag football is a community building event. Hundreds of players, their parents, siblings, grandparents, all come together to compete, to cheer, and to reconnect with neighbors and friends and to have fun. I can tell you without hesitation, we would never have been able to grow the league to its current size without access to Underhill Field and the safe, all-weather playing surface it provides. The sports fields in Maplewood and South Orange form an interconnected ecosystem. What happens on one field affects all the other fields. When one field is closed for rain, there is a domino effect that impacts every other youth sport taking place at the same time. I can't overstate how beneficial it will be to all outdoor youth sports in our two towns to convert DeHart to an all-weather surface. Today, even with Underhill, our field ecosystem is routinely pushed past the breaking point week after week. And this initiative, combined with the work at Underhill and Ritzer,
30
will be
seconds.
a game changer for all youth sports in our two towns. I applaud you for taking the initial steps to make this happen. I urge you to see it through to completion, and I stand ready to help in any way that I can as this process moves forward. Thank you all sincerely.
Thank you, Mr. Umaker. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Kevin Griffith, 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak about DeHart Field. I come to you as the president of the CHS Ultimate Frisbee Board, the Boosters Club. I come to you as a middle school Ultimate Frisbee coach and as a former baseball and flag football coach, as well as a parent who's raised his children in this community. We love Maplewood. We love South Orange. The one, I think, detriment to the community are the fields and the field situation. If we could have turf fields at DeHart, that would allow for greater participation of more sports and more children. I can't tell you how many times fields were closed for just minimal rain. It doesn't take a whole lot to shut things down in this town, as you know. And having artificial turf fields at DeHart would open that up and allow things to be more playable. When we qualified for the state tournament for Ultimate this year, there was a big dose of rain that weekend, but luckily Westfield had turf fields they could transition the games to. They had 2 turf fields that's out by the parkway that they moved all the games to. All the games were able to be played. Had they not had those turf fields or access to those turf fields, it would have all have been canceled, and then everybody's schedule is messed up. Underhill is a nice option, but it's not available to everybody. You can't play Little League baseball games there. We can't use it as an ultimate team. I assume Ritzer will be the same. Those are school fields, not park and rec fields. So it's not the same access for every sport. So as far as I know, there are not any artificial turf fields. There's some complaints about the cost of it. But if you think about the savings we would have, you could use the money to benefit the other fields, to take care of Memorial Field, take care of the other, redo the field by the train tracks behind the administration building. There are so many fields that we could do a better job with, that if we could have turf fields at DeHart, you have funds to work on those greens and get them better. So I would urge you to consider and approve making DeHart artificial turf fields for the benefit of all the residents of Maplewood and South Orange. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. And congratulations on the state championship.
Thank you. It's very exciting.
It's awesome.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Aaron Mead. You have 3 minutes. You're muted.
Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting. Hello, everyone. I'm going back to the topic that Lauren O'Brien was speaking about. She did mention I was a Maplewood resident, and I've lived here for 17 years. So this is talking about the big oil companies being held accountable for their actions. One of the reasons I'm happy to raise my 3 children here in Maplewood is because I know our community values social and environmental justice. I'm one of the many people in Maplewood and the state of New Jersey who didn't know about the history of the fossil fuel industry's role in climate change until recently. So thank you, first of all, to Committeewoman Adams. She's the one who is helping bring the issue to light here in this town, that big oil has known for many decades exactly how their products are harming our climate, our health, and all living things. So I'm just here to support Lauren O'Brien in her job and Ms. Adams. So I just wanted to say Maplewood should be the first town in Essex County to do what's right, and urge the governor to hold the oil industry legally accountable for their lies and deceit, because it affects all communities and in New Jersey. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mead.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Catherine McCaffrey. Catherine. You're muted, Ms. McCaffrey.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you very much for allowing me to participate tonight. My name is Kate McCaffrey. I'm a 24-year resident of Maplewood. I've raised my children here. I have coached soccer, boys soccer, for a couple of years, many years ago. But more recently, I have served for the past 11 years on the library board, which I think shapes my view on the issue of the turf field. I am opposed to the turf field primarily for environmental reasons and cost reasons, but at this moment I want to raise issues of equity and access. I'm concerned about the process by which we are pushing forward this agenda. I recall quite clearly that there was a hot debate about this issue maybe 12 years ago, and it went to a vote, and the issue was voted down narrowly. It was a pretty divisive issue, but the citizens spoke out and were opposed to turf fields in Maplewood. So I was very surprised to hear that we were in the process of building or funding a turf field at DeHart. And what I have observed is that when turf fields are installed, they are also installed with fences, and they are installed with restrictions on access. That if you look at, I looked online at some of the neighboring towns to see how so-called multi-use fields were governed, and they required a permit, so they required insurance, they required a whole sort of bureaucratic process in order for citizens to have access to what were once public fields. So I'm concerned that turning DeHart into a turf field is essentially giving the field to the athletes in our town. And mind you, I fully believe that our children should be playing sports, but I think that we have to also remember that we're pushing the earth to a breaking point. This is a valuable green space in a very densely populated community, and I think it would be a mistake to pave it over and to limit its access only to the athletes of our town. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McCafferty, and thank you for your work with the library. Appreciate that.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Genoa Warner. You have 3 minutes. I apologize if I mispronounce your name.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. My name is Genoa Warner. I'm an environmental toxicologist and a resident of the Hilton neighborhood. I just moved here to Maplewood recently to become an assistant professor of chemistry and environmental science at NJIT. I teach toxicology, and in my research lab, I study the impacts of chemicals from plastics on our health. So I'm here to speak about artificial turf, as you can guess. Our discussion of turf tonight is, in essence, a community risk assessment, and we need to be able to decide together what level of risk we're willing to take for our children and our community. To summarize the state of the science on turf toxicity, there's extensive and unequivocal evidence that artificial turf and its components, namely rubber from tires and the plastic grass carpet, are composed of chemicals that are known to be hazardous to human health. These include known carcinogens, mutagens, neurotoxicants, and endocrine disrupting chemicals. The hazards of these chemicals have been established in human epidemiological studies and in cell and animal models. However, on the other hand, there are very few studies that have assessed any associations in health effects in humans following exposure to artificial turf in particular. The only studies that are out there have focused on cancer, and they have not found any strong effects, but there are no studies on any other health effects. This is basically what the EPA found during its risk assessment of artificial turf a few years ago. They concluded that hazardous chemicals were present, but exposure and health effects were unknown and needed further study. No studies beyond cancer in athletes have been conducted, particularly on endocrine effects, which are really important because the endocrine system can be disrupted at low everyday levels of exposure. The other thing I want to mention tonight is about the safety of products we use every day, because many communities already have artificial turf fields and we all use plastics in our lives. The way our society is set up is that new products and chemicals are not independently tested for safety before they're sold to the public. I know this sounds surprising if you haven't heard it before, but the government does not make sure things are safe before we use them. With this model, it is really hard to pull back something that turns out to be risky after it's already in our homes and our lives. This gives manufacturers an incentive to keep selling their products. And there have been documented cases of manufacturers manufacturing doubt around safety studies to obscure the evidence. So if we think back to tobacco, their tactics are commonplace now. So what this comes down to is that if you Google artificial turf safety, you're not going to find both sides balanced evidence. You really need to consider who funded what you're reading and if the results are supporting their economic interest.
30
So
seconds.
to conclude for me tonight, chemicals that are hazardous for our children are present in turf. So in exchange for what many people believe to be the superior properties of artificial turf, we need to decide what level of risk we're willing to accept on behalf of our children, our neighborhood environment, and future generations. So I hope that together we can find another solution besides putting more artificial turf, more plastic into one of our community green spaces. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Warner.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Karen Harris, 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to take less than 3 minutes. I just want to mention right off that I'm in this community since 2001, and I was very, very active when artificial turf was first proposed, or there was a plan in 2008. I am the person that went door to door in the Hilton neighborhood. My boots were on the ground. I spoke to my neighbors. At the time, I want to mention that a lot of them were not registered to vote, but I was bringing to their attention what was going on, and I couldn't even get their signatures. But despite that, I did manage, with the help of a few others, to get enough signatures to put this as a referendum. At the time, it was really challenging. I do think many more people are registered to vote now, and I do think many more people would like to have a voice. I don't think that this process has given them a voice, and I'm talking about the Hilton neighborhood. I want to mention back at that time in 2008, I went to the Township Committee meetings, and I was there late at night until finally we got to speak up. And it was, it was very tense. It was eye-opening for me what our community was about. But I did get the sense through all of that everyone was there to do the right thing for the kids in our community. I think that there's a way that we can balance this, that we can do what's right for our youth, and we can also do what's right for the Hilton neighborhood. Some people really told me that I was causing strife because I was pulling the Hilton neighborhood out of Maplewood and saying that it was a separate community when Maplewood is just one big community. But I really did see at the time that it was an area of Maplewood that was not being represented. And that was my goal at the time. And I'm surprised that I'm here again. And I didn't even want to attend tonight, but again, I do want to mention that if our goal really is to solve the situation, this shortage of fields in our towns, we have to acknowledge that our towns are growing and we have to pay attention to each community within the Maplewood, and we need to bring in
30 seconds
and find a plan, work on a plan that works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Axel Takakis, 3 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you for this time to voice our concerns. I emailed all of you individually, Township Committee members, and so you know full well my position on artificial turf. I'm a Hilton resident, and I think replacing a grass field with artificial turf in any part of Maplewood shouldn't be done. There are health, safety, and especially environmental concerns related to artificial turf. And in particular, replacing the Hart Field with an artificial turf is an environmental injustice for all the reasons you know laid out. It is a much needed green space in the area. It's a cooling respite for the community. You would effectively be transforming the park into a sports complex because arguably access would be restricted. It's likely that nearly 90% of that park's green space would become a heat amplifying surface, making it miserable for those who would enjoy the remaining very little green space and trails. And just because other communities are installing artificial turf doesn't ipso facto make it the environmentally sound thing to do or the best thing to do for our community, athletes and non-athletes included. Besides, there are plenty of communities placing moratoriums on artificial turf precisely for the reasons we've conveyed in the co-authored op-ed. Now, many are saying that the field is not used for recreation or for the community outside of sports. This isn't true. I see people on there often. My son took his first steps on that field. We play in it often. Given the dangers of turf, any young child would be at risk playing on that field, having a picnic or otherwise. And many are saying that maintaining an organic grass playing field is impossible, but there are plenty of communities doing this. I urge you all to look at the UMass Lowell Toxic Use Reduction Institute as case studies of field grass with as much grass playing field with as much as an average of 30 hours per week of playtime and successfully maintaining the grass somewhat are doing 40 hours a week. It's possible if we put our minds together, work together, and follow much of the strategies presented by UMass Lowell in their Toxic Use Reduction Institute. Let's not settle for this binary thinking. We can be creative, we can work together. It may be expensive, but you have 1.8 million set aside to put toxic, environmentally harmful, unsafe turf so we can spend it on maintaining the field. Finally, I would find it painfully ironic or critical to quote, hold the fossil fuel industries responsible for their knowing contribution to climate change as number 3 discussion item says, while also moving forward with this environmentally harmful project. We should really teach our children that in matters of personal preference, they playing on turf or not, the environmental concerns are very important and should be included. I also want to say that I do think athletes need a field. They need a playing field, and I respect that, and I think they deserve it. But I also think that we can do this in a grass playing field. I do think it's possible if you look at the other case studies across the nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Takis. See you at church.
Okay, next up we have Rich Weiner, 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. What I want to say is will, I think, support what Professor Warner said a few minutes ago. You all received, I know that you all received a letter last week from Sarah Evans, Professor Sarah Evans from the Icahn School of Medicine in Mount Sinai Medical School. And she is part of the Children's Environmental Health Center there. I had written her basically to ask what they thought about this issue, and she wrote back with some comments and offering to send this letter to you. For those of you that are on this call that don't know what they said, I just want to say 1 or 2 words that come from the letter. I also note, I'm aware that you all on the TC are not obligated to respond to what we say here. I would very much appreciate it if you would comment on your feelings on this letter, because children's health is obviously key for all of us. And it's not clear to me how we can support a turf field after these kinds of comments. So she starts by saying, we, the Children's Environmental Health Center of the Icahn School of Medicine, strongly discourage the installation of artificial turf fields in Maplewood Township due to the uncertainties surrounding the safety of the products. She notes that after a number of questions, their team of pediatricians and epidemiologists and other scientists did a significant literature review during which they found, quote, significant gaps in evidence supporting the safety of artificial turf products. She notes that children are particularly vulnerable to harmful exposures from these products. She comments on the heat, the inhalation, ingestion of toxic materials, transportation home of infill materials, and escape of chemical hazards from rubber surfaces to the environment. Again, this is available on several of the websites, has been posted. Hopefully we can, again, for anybody who wants to see it, posted here in the chat before the end of the night, where people can read the full letter. It's a 4-page letter with a great deal of detail. And let me just close in again saying I would very much appreciate it if you respected members of the Township Committee would respond to this and comment on how you view letters like this and things such as what Professor Warner said, and how we can then go ahead with something like this field. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warner.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Alicia Humphreys, 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. I'm coming to you in the spirit of Lynn V. Profeta, who originally, was why we have a field, our first field in Maplewood. So in the spirit where she believed that sports was something amazing for all students and that everyone deserved access. My name is Alicia Humphreys. I'm a Hilton neighborhood resident, a mother to 2 elementary age athletes, and was a Division I athlete in college playing lacrosse both on grass and turf fields, depending on the weather. I support a partial use of DeHart Park, adding a turf field, but maintaining grass on the baseball side. I urge the Township Committee to release a preliminary drawing to the community so we can start quelling the sort of social media fear campaigns, that there will be no grass left for this community, particularly Hilton residents, to walk on, to play on. There are large rumors going around that there will be no grass left, and I'm pretty sure that's not part of the plan. So a drawing, I think, would be very helpful so that maybe they can see that there would still be a track, that it wouldn't just be taken over by this complex. This spring, we played sports in Union. My son was waitlisted in Maplewoods baseball season, couldn't find a space for a tiny 40-pound-year-old 6-year-old. So we went to Union. The facilities were incredible. Maybe we could network and partner with Union on the sources that they use, not only to maintain their turf and install, but on their how they maintain their grass fields, because they were impeccable. Lastly, on behalf of my 6-year-old daughter, I have a small ask. This spring, in her first season in T-ball softball, she played on rotten wooden home plates in Memorial Park and wondered why her brother got to play under the lights with a dugout on perfect grass with a cafe in Union. So I think as a female athlete, I would like to see some effort and some investment in our young female athletes. Even if they're on the soggy grass, can we get them some plates?
30 seconds.
Okay, so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Humphries. I made a note about those plates, so we'll look at that. So, and you're right, we're not going to turf all the runway and all the stuff around the box. So I'll just mention that. But thank you so much. I appreciate your balance.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Brett Morris, 3 minutes.
Okay, it's Bert Morris, and I'm a resident of Maplewood, the Hilton area since May of 2013, and I just want to speak out against having the turf field. And I don't think it's really a good idea, particularly at the heart, because you really don't have enough, like, say, green fields here in the Hilton area. And there's one, like, say, area where you do have it. And I just think there's so many, I think, questions we have about is putting a turf field in like a safe thing to do. And I think particularly in the Hart Park, I really don't want to see it. There's just so many questions to me that have to be at least asked. And I just don't see it, because it's made out of this turf field, from everything I gather, made out of plastic, and got too many plastics already on this planet. I'm not going to go any further, but I just really want to express my opinion being against having a turf field at the Hart Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Morris, and good seeing you at some of our Juneteenth events. Thank you for being there.
Thank you too, Mayor Frank.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Emily Konopinski. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I am a third-generation Maplewoodian, and I am raising my son in the Hilton neighborhood with my husband. I am an active member of the Maplewood Lions Club, a teacher, filmmaker, and an Air Force veteran. I live directly across the street from D. Hart Park. I am extremely against and oppose the installation of any non-organic or non-natural materials, turf, or other artificial surfaces in that green space. I have lived with disability due to contact with toxic exposure while serving in the military. And while that wasn't an expected outcome, it wasn't a complete shock given my service job. However, the idea that my neighbors and I and my fellow Hiltoners and anyone else who's using that field would be at risk for similar health outcomes, detrimental health outcomes from using one of our local parks is absolutely beyond the realm of what I would have imagined while living in this progressive, science-driven community of Maplewood. Having read the Mount Sinai letters, I am urging the mayor and the town council to respond to that as a prior someone else who spoke out prior to me asked. That letter is compelling, to say the least, as well as all the other outcomes from Princeton, the DC decisions, and the countless medical statements on this matter. I urge the town to reconsider, and I'm actually confused by the mayor's last comment about looking for, where he was mentioning that it won't just be the track won't be turfed over. It sounded very much as though this was a done deal, which in my opinion, this should not be anywhere close to being a done deal. In my remaining time, I would like to acknowledge that my grandfather, Richard Rampolla, repeatedly expressed his doubts and disapproval of Turk prior to his death in 2020. Some of the people on this call knew him well, and his commitment to town, his involvement in many areas, as well as his extensive knowledge of the insurance required to protect the people, the structures, and the parks. Someone else brought up the matter of insurance. We must not overlook or ignore those lawsuits, the moratoriums, and all of the compelling data that will put town at a further financial risk for the sake of an artificial turf field. The town needs to care for the parks and care for the people. If we don't have a healthy place to enjoy our town free from plastic, we better take down these signs that claim Maplewood to be this town that it will not be. Thank you for your time. Please reconsider.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walaska.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Emma Magenta. 3 minutes.
Hi there. I actually don't live in the town, so I hope my comments are not unwelcome. I live in Union, and the reason why I raised my hand to comment is that I actually use the park. Like, I hear a lot of people talking about how the park does not get used, and even though I live in Union, I use the park. So the contribution that I'd like to make is I'd like to speak to what kinds of people I see using the park. So I walk my dog in the park twice a day. I'm probably in that park on a daily basis, 90 minutes or so. And there are all kinds of people that use that park. Like, it's really not just sports teams. There are elderly people that use the park. There are, of course, parents with small kids. There's teens that go there and they just sort of lie on the grass field and look up at the sky. There's all kinds of ways that green space gets used for more things than just sports by all kinds of people beyond just being used by athletes. So even though I don't live in town, and so I recognize that what I have to say may not be pertinent as I'm not a resident. I just want people to know that that park gets used for all kinds of things, and I see it on a daily basis. And I think it's of course, I would hate to lose access to the park myself, even though I don't live in town. And I would hate to see all those other constituencies who use the park have their interests put behind the interests and the needs of athletes, which I'm sure are great, but there's other people whose interests are at stake besides athletes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Magenta. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Glenn Minnerly. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Glenn Minnerly. I'm a board member of Maplewood Lacrosse Club, very active with Brian in flag football, and am very involved in coaching kids from kindergarten through 12th grade in this town. Here's the facts. We have an athlete population that has outgrown the current portfolio of fields in both Maplewood and South Orange. With all the budget in the world, you couldn't keep these fields up in a natural grass field environment to support the amount of hours that we have practice and game events on all these fields across the portfolio. From my perspective, it's truly an equity issue. Sports, unfortunately, have become a monetized environment where it's the haves versus the have-nots. And you got plenty of kids in this town who are affluent, who pay thousands and thousands of dollars. Lacrosse is $4,500 to $5,000 a person for specialized club lacrosse each season. And those kids have access to the best turf fields in New Jersey each and every weekend. While those kids who are not of those same means are forced to wait on the sideline for DeHart and every other field that's closed in Maplewood to dry out, or risk injury because those fields are in terrible shape. So we keep talking about equity in this subject matter. I want to start thinking about it from that perspective, where the kids who maybe don't have the same means as others are sidelined and don't have the ability to play on the same surfaces that those who do have means that do. That's it. I hope you guys seriously consider turfing DeHart and recognizing that it would be a major addition to the community and really help those athletes in the community that, quite honestly, constantly feel neglected by both the BOE and the administration from a town standpoint. So hope you guys consider it and hope you guys move forward with it.
Thank you, Mr. Minnerly.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Heather Soslovsky. 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. I spoke last time, and as you may recall, I noted that I actually was pro-turf at the time, and I just thought the process was really, really flawed. I live about a block and a half from the park, the far end of the park, the Newark Way entrance of the park, the place closest to the field we're talking about, just so we're clear, given how many people have said just go over to Maple Crest. During this time, I've read a lot. I've been sent probably every article in this chat 9 times and at least 100 others. I've read everything I can put my hands on, and I think you should be doing the same long before this conversation even happened. I have more questions now than I had the last time we were here. I want to say, DeHart's not the answer because it's not the only problem. As the chair of the Recreation Advisory Committee, I want to make extremely clear that we have a problem at almost every single field we have. We've been talking about this for years. Very little has changed. And when and if you do something with DeHart, it is not enough because all of our fields have issues, particularly regarding drainage. I think we need to invest in all sports, all fields, and our entire community. I'd like to know when the new master plan will be available. The current one expires in 6 days. My understanding is the new one is going to have to consider A2785/S2607 regarding the requirement to consider climate change. Have you done that? Where's the plan? I'd like to know if Roger Desiderio has reviewed the NewJersey.com investigative report regarding field turf and cool play, or any of the many lawsuits brought against that company and the product that's explicitly mentioned in that 66-page report that was given to some people before the last meeting and some of us after. I'd love to know who has reviewed that Mount Sinai report and if it includes Ms. Davenport. I'd love to know if it includes Mr. Desiderio. I think there's a huge liability here, no matter what you choose. And so the point here is you need to do a lot more work before you rush to an answer.
30 seconds.
I've been given a lot of pause from what I've been given to read. And while I said last time that I thought ultimately we needed to turf at least one field, I just wasn't sure where or how to offset it. And I think I may have mentioned that I thought that a prior mention by Mr. DeLuca about expanding DeHart might be the answer. I'm no longer sure after reading those reports. I find them extremely concerning, and I hope that you will read them because you owe that to our children.
Thank you, Ms. Solowski.
Okay, Mayor. Next up, I have Jermaine Kripe.
And of course, because I'm doing this from my cell phone, it is off and weird. Anyway, thank you so much, Mayor McGehee, Deputy Mayor Gaffis, Towns Committee people, DeLuca, Adams, and Greg. I wasn't sure I wanted to speak tonight, I'll be honest. I thought for sure I was going to just sit on the sidelines and kind of watch the fur fly. But the more I listened to folks speaking, the more I realized that I'm kind of sitting on the fence on this one. And I'll be honest, I am feeling less assured about full turf as I am about environmental justice. The Hilton neighborhood, in which I am a resident of, has one green space, the Hart Park. And it is a multi-use space. It's used by families, like Axel stated earlier, his child learned to walk there. I walk there just about every single day. My daughter rollerblades there. I see tons of young men and women playing basketball at the courts that have been put in place. Yes, there's some infrastructure in place that makes the cost of installing a professional field there, which would be the lighting system, and we're very grateful for that. But the reality is it's our singular green space in all of that neighborhood, a neighborhood that is highly populated with very tiny yards and economically less advantaged than the rest of the town. And for me, it's more of an equity issue. I'm a co-coach for the CHS varsity cheerleaders, the football team, the varsity football cheerleaders, and we use Underhill Field from July through November. And I can tell you the number of times the girls have come after practice covered in bits and particles of God only knows what that's in that field. The black bits that are the rusted tires, that is the artificial dirt, the turf pieces that come off, the various chemicals that these kids are breathing, and these increasingly number of 90 to 100 degree days that our children are exposed to courtesy of global warming, makes these fields not as safe options as we want to call them. And even on the rainy days, the Hart's slippery. I mean, Underhill's slippery, even on rainy days. I've been out there walking and it's pretty bad. So for me, it's not a matter of just trying to find spaces for students to play. I want athletes to be out there. I want them to play their sports. I want them to be involved in athletics because it sets them up for a lifestyle of health. But however, once you turf the main field, the only edges that are left for green space are along the path. And your kid can't walk on that. Your dog can maybe walk on that, but you don't get to have those living environments. So if we're looking at putting turf into our town, we need to use the fields that are already designated as fully sports fields. Fix those, hire a greens person professionally, make sure that they're maintained, and train our amazing people at the Department of Public Works to handle the responsibility of making sure those fields are taken care of. We have the tools. We have the ability to do it. And I think we have the drive. We just have to have the desire to make it happen. And so thank you so much for your time. And I look forward to hearing the further debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cripe. Maybe next year's time you'll be on the other side of this fence.
I expect to be. Looking forward to it.
Okay, Mayor, next up I have Janet Joyce Birchie. You're still muted, ma'am.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. Hello to everyone. I speak wholly about the environmental impact. I know there are a lot of issues. There are a lot of things that need to be worked out with regard to athletes, and I appreciate that. But we cannot calculate the unintended consequences that will occur if we go with this turf field. You don't know what the downside is going to be for the health of these children 10, 20 years from now, from having been exposed to this. And as the last speaker just said, these bits do come up. I wouldn't be able to take a report from a company that was selling this particular stuff, specifically the crumble that they say they're not going to use. They are going to use. It's only going to be a little bit. But you know, once contracts are signed and something gets put down, it's a lot easier to apologize, you know, after the fact, rather than do the due diligence that needs to go into this. You can't underestimate the experts. The experts with regard to health and the science need to be, I think, the guiding decision maker. You can't know what the results are going to be. And maybe we need to do something regional. with some of the other communities. I mean, why does, I don't know what all the schedules are, but I don't know why we can't and, you know, look at some of these other issues. I think we have to take a lot more time to make an informed decision about this. And I think the only informed decision that can be made is that this is not something that we know for a fact isn't harmful. Not, you know, you have to take into consideration who's using these parks and the neighborhood people. If I all of a sudden had this
30 seconds.
hot plastic thing dumped in my neighborhood, you don't know what the health consequences of these things are going to be. You know, this is happening all the time around the country. How can we dump more plastic into our community? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burgess.
I yield the time.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, next up I have Rylan and Amelia Connolly. You guys have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Amelia Connolly and I live in Maplewood. And my name is Rylan Connolly and I live in Maplewood. We both play for Cougar Soccer and
Uh-oh, something must have happened. Hang on, let me get him back.
I know they were having some issues with their signal dropping and pulling them out of the Zoom, so that might have happened again.
Let's give it a minute to see if we can bring them back.
Okay, Rylan and Amelia, give it another shot.
all right, so what I was gonna say was that I hear people saying like these fields can only be used for the Cougar soccer people, but it can actually be used for other fields like field hockey and lacrosse, and it can't just be used for soccer, it can be used for different sports as well. Also, with us being able to have turf fields, this well actually in the spring, my team didn't get to play a single home game because of all of our grass problems and field problems. So our team had to play on the road. And when we went to play on the road, every single team we faced, maybe one or two, had turf. And all of these other towns are able to use them, and all these towns can get better at playing their sports. But with us, with all of our field problems, we can't go on the, we can't have like practices, and we can't get better, and we can't get our energy out because there's some kids who don't have like a backyard or like a good front yard to play in. So the fields help. People, the fields help kids get their energy out. Okay, so I play for 3 teams. I play for Mako Swimming. I also play for Villager Softball, and I play for Cougar Soccer. I also have friends on my soccer team who also really need to practice. And because it rains so much, we can't have that because our field has drainage problems. But if we had turf, it wouldn't be a problem. But if it rained, the practice would probably get canceled if we still didn't have turf. We can't just give grass a chance anymore. We've done that. We need to put in turf now because every single team I played had at least one turf field. Thank you.
Thank you, Rylan, and thank you, Amelia, and thank you for staying up late and letting us know how you feel as young people. It's very important to hear your voice as much as all of our voices. So thank you, and good luck with the rest. Your season is over now, right? It's in the fall. All right. Well, good luck with your fall season. I hope it goes well, and thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Jean Bratter. You have 3 minutes.
Well, how do I go after that play? Not fair.
Thank you for giving me time and letting me speak this evening around the turf field debate. My name is Jean Bratter. My family and I have been residents for 23 years. I want to say we need turf fields in Soma due to the usage required for all our town teams. It's widely known that our grass fields, with air quotes, are mostly composed of dirt, weed, and rock. One of the fields my daughters played soccer on during high school was Floods Hill, a field with a drain grate on the field, not to mention the angle the field dips to on one side. It's a hazard at best, and it's one of Soma's best fields. What does this say about us as a community? I've seen other teams come to our fields and balk about playing us due to the hazard they see. I've seen this firsthand many, many times over the years. It's my opinion that it's an embarrassment that every other town around us has been able to get this done, but here we are having the same conversation that we had over 10 years ago. Now, however, my kids are out of school, having graduated from the district. Again, we started this conversation when they were 7 years old because half their season was predictably canceled due to not having a field in town in which to play. We just heard it from our two speakers before me. It's still happening 12 years later. There's a multitude of green space within our two towns. However, we don't have a multitude of usable athletic fields. I keep hearing people on this call say the word athlete, but let's remember these athletes, for the most part, are our young kids learning these sports from the ground up. They're risking injury, for our fields are used too much and they're not grass. Our fields are divots of weeds and dirt. Please support this measure this time around. Thank you for our commitment and your commitment to our two towns.
Thank you, Ms. Bratner. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Joanne Callahan with 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Ryan and Rylan and Amanda Connolly. We feel your pain about the turf closures. Numerous speakers before me have commented about the domino effect and the impact of field closures throughout the town. Field closures mean fields closed to all activities. The fields are closed for 5 months out of the year simply to rest, but the fields open sometime around mid-April and close again in mid-November. Just to give folks on the call a snapshot of this particular year, the fields opened on April 12th. The fields were closed April 13th, 15th, 16th, and 17th due to weather issues and hazardous field conditions. The fields were closed on May 5th, May 9th, May 10th, May 29, 30, and 31 over the Memorial Day weekend, when a large tournament that is held in the town that brings folks from other towns to our town had to be canceled altogether. The township did try to figure out how to do it. We had really tough rains, but there was no way to have our poor grass fields be able to withstand the play. 14 out of 54 days, the fields were closed between April 12th and June 8th, about 25% of the time. So this is just maps out the impact of the weather. Somebody else previously mentioned the number of athletes and activities on our fields. That play cannot be withstand by the current grass fields. We definitely need to have a multi-surface field that will allow for play regardless of the weather. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Callahan.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Keith Parker with 3 minutes. Keith, you're still muted.
Sorry, guys. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, first, I would like to second Glenn's comments a little early on equity for our youth athletes. As a current member of the MSO softball committee, I would like to just I would like to fully support the turf fields at the Heart. My daughter plays both travel soccer and softball for the Cougars and Villagers programs in town. I've coached with her since she was 3 years old, along with thousands of kids that play a game that they love. As a coach, our players lose countless hours due to the lack of field availability, field closures, drainage and maintenance issues have plagued our programs. In my opinion, our kids should not have to leave our town to play in neighboring towns or join other programs because we don't have the availability to play all year round. Sports for some kids can be a necessity, an outlet, or a simple way to connect with their peers. Many athletes will tell you that the life lessons that they learn through these sports programs will last a lifetime. And as a community, we should be doing anything and everything to make that a goal or a priority for our kids. With that, I would like to thank you guys for the consideration of turfing the Hart. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
Okay, Mayor, next up I have a Marion Cutler.
I don't know why it says Marianne Cutler on my screen, but you all know that I am not Marianne Cutler. I'm Dave Herman.
I'm Marion Cutler too today, so there's some funny things going on.
I feel like a scene from Tootsie. But anyway, I'm Dave Herman. I'm a member of the MSO softball committee. My daughter plays softball. My son plays rec sports. I coach when I can. I had prepared remarks, but I'm putting them aside for now because we all agree that our kids need playable fields as often as possible. But I feel the absolute need to correct the record here. There's been a ton of talk about these potential health consequences and the unknown health consequences and urging of the Township Committee to read the literature and the science. I agree, you should read it. I've read it all. Every link that people have posted on social media, the Mount Sinai letter, everything I've read, and they all talk about potential unknown risks. Now, listen, we've had turf fields for 60 years now. It's not unknown anymore. There's not a single documented case of a negative health impact on a kid or an adult other than a scraped knee or twisted ankle. This is a fact. Now, it's easy to get on social media these days and get worked up in a frenzy and be scared and be afraid of everything. Be afraid of your cell phone or your microwave or getting a vaccination. But we need to look at facts. And the fact is, despite potential chemical exposure that may somehow in some sort of circumstances in a perfect storm lead to a negative impact, we haven't seen any of it in 60 years, okay? So please keep that in mind. There are chemicals in our pool and are coming off of our cell phones, in the rubber tires on our cars that we drive, in the food that we eat. But the question is it enough exposure to do anything? And there's a track record. It's not unknown anymore. I played in an all-star game on Montclair State turf when I was a kid, beautiful turf field. I was fortunate enough to go to some towns and play on turf, to sneak on the turf field in Indiana when I was in college and play. We haven't seen any negative impacts. Millions of kids and adults have played on turf field for over 6 decades. This is getting to the point where it's like the climate science deniers, ironically, where they say, we still don't know anymore. We do know. It is not harmful. And I would ask the doctor from Mount Sinai, Ms. Warner, with all due respect, produce some documented cases, not a theoretical potential harmful impact. Trust me, I would never put my kid in harm's way, or any kid, if I knew or I thought, but it's not harmful. We know
30 seconds.
It's not an issue that we should be so worked up and paralyzed into fear anymore. Although I know it's easy to get that way over social media. That's my one point. The other point I want to make for the environmental hazards, you also need to consider the proper maintenance of a grass field and a dirt field requires hundreds of thousands of gallons of water to properly maintain that.
10 seconds.
Heavy machinery and pesticides to properly maintain the grass, to mow the fields, to drag the fields. It's not like if we just stick with grass, there's no environmental impact. There's a big environmental impact. So I thank the committee for their consideration. And I do say, read everything, make the decision for yourself, and go with the facts, not with.
That's your time.
Thank you, Mr. Herman.
Okay, the next Marion Cutler, I believe, is Adrian Henney. So you may go next.
Yes, that is me. Marion Cutler today, don't know why, but Marion's a great person, so I'm happy to emulate her. I am a 10-year coach in Maplewood, spanning football, flag football, I should say, with Glenn and team, soccer, the Cougar organization, and baseball as well. Spent a lot of time. We moved here in 2004, so spent a lot of time at DeHart, Chiswick, Borden, all these fields that, we've already said it. It's an ecosystem. So goes one, everything is impacted. And this has been a long-standing problem. That's why we went through this whole movie back in 2008. And to talk about it now, it's literally the definition of craziness, doing the same thing again, hoping for a different outcome. And right now we have not a solution, because this is a larger problem, but we have a component of a solution. And there are strong opinions on both sides. And Dave Herman just spoke about this. There is science that indicates the counterpoint of the folks that would indicate the environmental concerns. There's science that also indicates and rebuts some of the medical concerns. But I think everybody agrees there's a problem. We're all here talking about this problem to be solved, and that's where we do come together. And that's the part that we'd want to, for me, I want us to focus on, because for those that would say, no, we can't and shouldn't do this, I say, okay, I get it. I agree with you. I respect your point of view. I respect that that's an informed perspective. So what is your counter solution? What is the counter proposal? Because we went through this, as I already mentioned, went through this, was 12 years ago or what have you, and we're still going through the same thing. I mean, DeHart, it rains on Thursday, you can't play on it on Sunday. And that's barely an exaggeration. It's a lot of our fields are barely fit for the intended use. So the only thing I want to say in closing is, we decline the option to turf DeHart, then what are we going to do instead? Because I argue that if those that would vote no, and this body here listening to all of our perspectives, and for which I greatly thank you, if we just say no and just continue to recognize that there's going to be another problem for another 10 years, that's going to result in inequitable problems for the
30
socially
seconds.
disadvantaged or economically disadvantaged kids, all the problems we continue to have that we know that we've had further on, we are better than that. We as taxpayers deserve more. Our kids deserve more. And I know that we, as solutions-oriented people, are capable of more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I see one more Marion Cutler. Is there the real Marion Cutler, or?
I'm sure it is. It has to be.
You have 3 minutes. Okay, I think we will move on. Next up, Mayor, you have Khadijah White. You have 3 minutes.
Hello? Hi. Can you all hear me? Yeah?
Yes.
I'm struck, actually. I'm really struck about how short-sighted this is. This is so short-sighted. The US was the hottest place on earth 2 weeks ago. Y'all are talking about a soccer field for a year from now. The planet is literally dying, and we're talking about replacing a grass field in a highly dense residential area surrounded by industrial space with plastic. This conversation is so hard for me to understand, because I can't understand what's happening right now. You guys want this done for next soccer season, but we're talking 10 years from now. I'm talking 20 years from now, when the planet is hotter and hotter. I'm talking about the lives of the children of those kids who are going to be playing on the soccer field next year. I am surprised that we're banning plastic bags in our town, but we're doing this. And it's not just about DeHart. It's about how is Maplewood going to survive the coming crisis. You can't garden a turf field and a food shortage. And I hope all the folks who we think are embarrassing us right now because they have turf and we don't have turf, and apparently that's how we make policy decisions, because we get embarrassed by other towns. I hope they feel the regret of knowing that they gave up grass to put down plastic when the crisis comes, because it's coming, right? It's coming. I just want to say, if you care about the surrounding neighborhood and not just the sports families reaching out about all of this, a lot of whom don't actually live near DeHart, why doesn't this bond also expand the park? Why doesn't it add cooling elements like the playground at Turtleback Zoo over the playground, or just more trees? Why have you all decided that the folks in the mostly Black residential part of Maplewood with the smallest amount of yard space should just walk half a mile further and across a busy major avenue if their kids want grass? Like, I am just confused about why haven't you done a study that examines the impact on residents as you would with any major road or public building change? I've seen you guys spend more time on speed bumps than you're spending on this. It doesn't make any sense. And I know you can show more care here. I've spoken to all of you one-on-one at least once. I know you're each thoughtful people who care about your neighbors. And so I'm not even saying no turf, actually, if that's really where your heart is, despite all of the environmental and health concerns. I'm saying that if you want to
30 seconds.
If you want to radically transform DeHart into a sports facility, as I've seen referenced by some of the athletic families, then I think you really need a bond and a plan that radically rethinks the use and space of the entire park. What you're doing right now is a rush job, and with just a bit more time in planning and a bit more democracy, I think you all can create a space that meets a lot of different needs. And I think all of your constituents will appreciate the thought and care that went into a new plan and not just a failed divisive plan from 10 years ago.
10 seconds.
That's it.
Thank you, Dr. White.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Laurel Kearns. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, it is good to be back with you. I'm Dr. Laurel Kearns, a 27-year resident of Maplewood and not of the Hilton neighborhood, a mother of a former captain of 2 state champion winning women's ultimate teams, whose team, by the way, hated playing on artificial turf. You know, I've been very proud of our efforts to be a more environmentally responsible town, a diverse and inclusive town, one that listens to all members of the community. And I really appreciate all the citizens who have spoken about the difficult and complex situation this is. Indeed, my students at Drew University have heard plenty of examples about Maplewood. But I'm not so proud now of our town. I'm not proud of how the town didn't work hard to make the natural grass field work despite many citizen efforts and expert advice. I'm not proud of the lack of consultation with township advisory committees in the neighborhood regarding the artificial turf. I've now heard of 4 committees that weren't consulted. That's pretty revealing. It was also revealing the realization of the last meeting that the consultant's report was available to some artificial turf folks who had obviously also been encouraged to speak at the previous 2 meetings on a topic not necessarily reflected in the agenda. I have thought of this as a town as more dedicated to considered decisions and hearing a range of citizen input, and indeed tonight we are. I live here because I teach in environmental studies at Drew University, and I looked hard from Atlanta for a place to live. And part of my task there is to help religious leaders wrestle with thorny problems, to understand the dynamics of environmental injustice, and to urge their congregations and constituents to think about the consequences of our actions down the road, to do what is morally just when it comes to all of the looming environmental crises. That means taking the big picture, beyond what individuals or groups desire right now, or beyond what is expedient or about status or what everyone else has. It involves listening to scientists whose research is not funded by industry and who like to assure people that we really don't have to think about potential harmful results of unproven actions. Indeed, the road to rising temperatures and climate change is littered with expedient decisions that serve the immediate desires of people without regard to long-term consequences. So I was proud of my town for a plastic bag ban, but now we face
30
disposing
seconds.
of hundreds of millions of plastic bags. I just hope we'll learn to take the big picture, to see how local actions contribute to global problems and perpetuate structural racism and not put in artificial turf. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kearns.
Dr. Kearns.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Lawrence Hecht. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, just a couple things. One is the comparison to anti-climate people is not what I would call the people who are getting the turf. I would call them anti-vaxxers. The comparison is that they're coming up with any reason to sow fear into the community. There's a 0.00% chance that maybe something bad could happen, but that's why they should not get a vaccine, because maybe it could be dangerous. If you look at the letter from Mount Sinai, it says that there's something in tires that's dangerous, and maybe if it gets close to a kid and it's in the air, someone can get sick. Literally read the letter, and there's supposition upon supposition that maybe somebody might get sick, and maybe if we do enough studies in enough years, something might happen. I'm sorry I'm yelling, but I'm pissed off that I have to listen to this, and it's just annoying. So that's one. Number two is during the winter, my son got to practice on the fields with only turf field in town that we were allowed to play on, only field in general, because we were banned from playing on every turf field, every grass field in town from South Orange and Maplewood was Underhill. He got to play with kids like Musa Mufana, the poor kid. That was actually the one place that every kid was able to play. It was a structured place. It was actually a place that was the safest place you could play. It was a structured place where there's kids and you could go around. Do we want people to have to run around and play on not safe fields? 5 months out of the year, there's no place to play at all. Zero. You're not allowed to play on grass fields in town, anywhere, any place, at all. Zero. Just think about that. There's no place except for Underhill in Maplewood or South Orange that any team is allowed to play anywhere in our two towns.
30
And why
seconds.
is that? It's because there's no turf. And until you come up with a solution, don't tell me or anyone here that no one's thought about this. Everyone who says that they're surprised by this has not been attending meetings for the last 2-3 years since 2008 and before, because everyone's been talking about it. You just happen to be Johnny come lately. And please.
10 seconds.
Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Hitt. Thank you.
Sorry.
No worries.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, next up we have Ellen Archer. You have 3 minutes. You're muted.
Sorry, you missed my whole great intro. So I am a Hilton resident, and I'm speaking in opposition to the town creating an artificial plastic turf field in DeHart Park for all the reasons presented this evening. About putting more plastic on the planet, the toxicity to humans, animals, to the environment, and the impact to the residents of the Hilton neighborhood. And I thank those in opposition to a turf field for their commitment to compassion and for their extensive research and expertise. There are other options to taking the only green space on the Hilton side of Springfield Avenue, where I live, and turning it into a plastic turf field, which is really a profoundly anti-environmental choice, as we've heard many times this evening. I would ask that the township instead consider finding a way to maintain this large grassy area and turn it into a healthy grass area to fix the drainage issue and to invest in our planet, in the health of our community and the quality of life and access to those of us living in the Hilton area, a condensely populated neighborhood with small yards, no yards, with DeHart as the only green space available that does not require children to cross Springfield Avenue. DeHart is not just an athletic field. It is a neighborhood destination. It is just like Memorial Park and Maple Crest Park are to those who live on the other side of Springfield Avenue. As opposed as I am to the backwards notion of turf fields, and it pains me to even offer this, it really would be a much more just notion to the Hilton neighbors for the town to purchase land in a less condensed area and to install a turf field there. You know, as Roy Rogers said, buy land. They ain't making any more of the stuff. I think that's what he was talking about. I just took that off the internet, but my dad used to say that to me. Anyway, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Archer. Appreciate you.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Diana Conway. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. My name is Diana Conway. I live in Potomac, Maryland, just outside DC. I want to congratulate you all on a very engaged and articulate community. I think it's terrific. I am here because your discussion came to my attention through Google alert that I had set. The process that brought you all here is not within my purview, but I do have unsought expertise, over a decade of unsought expertise on the product you are considering. And I've seen this playbook a lot. We're working, I'm a president of a nonprofit, Safe Healthy Playing Fields, Inc., nonprofit. We're working around the US, Australia, Japan, Zimbabwe, and the Netherlands with people who found us and are looking for our resources, many of which have been posted in your chat tonight. This product it's an easy analogy I like to use. It's like a bad relationship. It's too hot. It's toxic. It's very expensive. It has a dramatically higher injury rate, and it is completely unrecyclable. You cannot get rid of it. My husband and I raised 3 D1 athletes. Our daughter was champion rugby player, captain of the women's rugby team of the national champions. They've played on all kinds of fields. We know the good grass fields, the good synthetic turf fields, the bad grass fields, and the bad synthetic turf fields. I really want you to focus on the question of, you're making policy. What are you going to do? Are you going to take the totality of concerns about heat and injury and cost and disposal and toxicity and just look at the time available for a certain group of people to use of certain resources? Are you going to discard all the science on the toxicity? As to somebody who said, you know, read the science, I've read it all, there's no toxicity. The industry itself, just for starters, says, yes, there's lead in our product. The industry studies saying it's safe simply take narrow studies that look for one thing and say, oh, we didn't find it. Or they say, well, absence of, they assume that you don't know what a 7th grade science student should know, which is that absence of proof of harm is not the same as proof of absence of harm. And that's what some of your previous scientific speakers have been trying to say. This bad product has had a bad reputation for
30
years.
seconds.
Forbes magazine, Mike Ozanian, the executive editor, wrote between 2014 and 2018, 7 different articles. His column is The Intersection of Sports and Money. Every single one of those was against synthetic turf because of the injuries, because of the cost. If you look at some of the links I put in,
10
disposal, 250 tons of plastic toxic waste every 8 years at a huge cost. What projects are going to get cut to pay for that? Lots more content, safehealthyplayingfields.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conway. Thanks for dialing in from Maryland. That's pretty cool. Thanks so much.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Madhu Pai. You have 3 minutes. I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
No, it's okay. Hi, everyone. I'd actually like to start by thanking you all on the Township Committee. As a former member of a governing body, I know that doesn't often happen in public speaks, but it should. Thank you all for the transparent and diligent way you are approaching this important discussion. I actually read the op-ed against installing a turf blanket on the existing sports field at DeHart. It actually reminded me of arguments I heard when I was a former Board of Ed member trying to pass the school integration plan. You know, despite our earnest attempts to be transparent, what the BOE heard from the public was, you know, we didn't know this was happening and you're moving too fast, just like now. Please be mindful of this feedback as you move forward, but please move forward the turf resolution because it is the right thing to do. Because to be a progressive community, we have to actually action progress, explore new ways of doing things and learn from past mistakes. Decades of time and taxpayer money have been spent trying to unsuccessfully maintain grass-only fields, and we still don't have the field capacity to serve our growing community's needs. This turf resolution is progress. It presents a safe, timely, and reasonable way to meet the overburdened capacity needs that cannot ever be fulfilled solely by grass fields. It is also the best way to preserve and care for our grass fields, allowing for rest and proper maintenance. You know, as with the integration plan, there are many heart-tugging counter-arguments to your proposal, and I commend your efforts to bring in experts to address the health concerns, especially reiterating that there is zero conclusive proof of negative health impact from turf. Ensuring we are properly supporting the well-being of our kids is critical to coming out of a year of isolation and stagnation, but also for the longer-term health and wellness of our community. Further, you know, the familiar narratives around equity and neighborhood-based injustice, they are important and should be heard, but they should also be addressed with facts. DeHart, among all the other green spaces in Maplewood, is the most viable and fiscally responsible option for turf. Not only is the Hilton neighborhood not being unfairly targeted, but the so-named DeHart Community Center presents an opportunity to further our intentional integration plan, the cornerstone of which is that we are a diverse community, not just a collection of neighborhoods. This is an opportunity for you to actually reimagine a community vision for sports and recreation, where functional and usable spaces
30
like what
seconds.
DeHart could be can bring the community together. Underhill is a great example of usable space that brings our community together. It's exactly the kind of integration we want inside our school buildings. And the only thing I know burning up in the Clinton neighborhood are home prices. Your turf proposal for DeHart is finally going to enable progress, and I want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Pat.
Okay, Mayor. Next, we have Matthew Flannery. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I live right next to the park, and I have a degree in chemical engineering, and I worked in the natural rubber business for 15 years. So I'm very familiar with the components used in tires, and also the effects of exposing those components to UV light, since my understanding of this project, it would not be enclosed in a building, which if you were going to put this turf in a building, I would have no objection. But since it's going to be outdoors exposed to the environment, crumb rubber is going to decay into smaller particles, and those particles are going to be blown throughout the Hilton neighborhood, whether it's on Newark Way or Toronto Court where I live, and I abut my property abuts the park, or the people on the other side of Burnett. When the wind blows, those particles are going to be blown into the kids' park where infants are going to be eating it and breathing it in, as well as your kids playing soccer are going to be eating this stuff and breathing it in. And what does this stuff contain? Well, rubber and SBR are polyisoprene and styrene butadiene. And under UV light, these things break into their constituent parts, as well as the chemicals that they use to make your car tires, which are things like dithiocarbamates and mercaptobenzothiazoles, plasticizers, polycyclical aromatic hydrocarbons. All these things are in these particles that your kids will end up either inhaling or ingesting, and it will be on my property because it'll blow onto my lawn. So I'd consider it a serious issue. Since you're exposing it to the UV light of the sun, you're also exposing it to every spring, the trees release tons of pollen. You got the birds pooping on it. You got animals pooping on it. You have bodily fluids all over it. This chemical stew is going to be cooked by the
30 seconds.
sun. And so this is what people are going to be exposed to. And therefore, I really find it a crime to replace grass with turf. Yeah, I get the idea. My feeling is if you can grow grass, you should grow grass. You can't grow grass in a building. Put a building over it. All your problems go away. But
10 seconds.
that's my 2 cents on the topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flannery. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Michael Wine. 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Michael Wynn. I am in opposition to the destruction of green space in the Hilton community, and I am opposed to the installation of costly and frankly unnecessary artificial turf. I've lived in Maplewood since 2009. Not that that should have any bearing on my opinion. I was looking, and I did purchase another property last summer, but I had the good fortune of living in a Hilton short-term rental for 6 weeks. One evening last year, it was so incredibly hot that I grabbed a folding chair, a thermos, and 2 books, and I went down to DeHart. I thought I would look like an idiot reading a book in the early evening alone on a soccer field, but much to my surprise, there were over 25 people, 25 other Maplewood neighbors already there on the grass, picnic blankets, late dinners, children, fireflies, the whole shebang. It was a contemplative green space I returned to many times, and I still do today. DeHart is much more than just basketball courts. It's more than just lacrosse and soccer fields. I often hear about the need to retain our senior citizen population in Maplewood. They add their experiences and unique perspectives. They still contribute to an ever-rising property taxes after years and years while providing relief to our school systems. I'm not sure how raising a $2 million bond while stripping out resources they use is of any benefit to them. DeHart is a community anchor for the Hilton community. If you're entitled enough to think it's only just a playing field for your kids and mine that can be paved over on a whim, you might need to check your perspective and re-examine the values of our town. We talk a big game about equity, socioeconomic integration. We've got slogans, we've got lawn signs, we've got murals, but it's actions that matter. If we destroy green space in this neighborhood, we are showing New Jersey who we really are and how we respect each other. To the people that say, oh, some Hilton kid, if you need a green space, walk 3 more blocks to Maple Crest. How dare you? How dare you show so much arrogance and contempt for your fellow community members? If we can raise $2 million for a shiny new object, for a photo op, a Village Green article, why can't we raise 1/5 that and install proper drainage while retaining a crucial community green space? Infrastructure isn't sexy. It doesn't get a ribbon cutting ceremony, but it's important for everyone. I must admit ignorance to municipal processes. I asked the TC to please not railroad this. This was brought up to a vote quite some time ago and the people spoke. 13 years have passed. And for those who are pro-turf,
30 seconds.
I think it's absolutely fair to explore this once again. Let's see how our community's attitudes have changed over green spaces. But I implore the TC to take the Hilton community's opinion to heart, listen to all residents, and let's take this to a referendum. If you are about to railroad this massive undertaking, be mindful that that destruction will also be part of your legacy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wynn.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Paul Serrano. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I actually live a stone's throw from the park. I've been in the neighborhood about 20 years. And the park's changed a lot. The basketball court made a big change. It's a lot noisier than before, but it remains a real resource for all of us in the neighborhood. I'm in there every single day, walking the dog, talking to my neighbors. It's not underutilized, as a lot of people have said. And the one comment I got from a neighbor who was in favor of turfing over the field, the same argument other people have said, well, your kid can just walk over to Maple Crest. It's not that far. I never wanted to smack somebody in the head so hard in my life, because the sense among a lot of us here is that this side of town does get short shrift on a lot of issues. I made a big stink about the basketball court because I didn't like, the noise and the changes it forced upon us, but be that as it may, it is what it is. But this is just, it makes no sense to me. We do not have a lot of open green space on this part of town. It's just not there. These houses do not have big yards. Ours is a little larger than normal, but we're the exception. People use the park every day as their getaway. They come home from work. They want to get out and walk around with their kids or throw the ball around. The field is there. That's going to disappear And to think that this is, it's no big deal. It's all about athletics. The kids need a place to play. I'm sick of hearing it. The park means more to a lot of people than just a place for the high school kids to play baseball or football or whatever. I played intramural sports back in the 80s when I was in high school. If it rained on a field, guess what? You didn't use it and you got over it. Somehow we survived not having turf fields everywhere back in my day. The idea that it's so valueless or it has no merit to have a grass field is ridiculous. It's a resource that the whole area makes use of. Again, this is my neighborhood. I know people on the other side of town don't give a crap about, how we feel, but we like the park the way it is. It's a great resource for all of us. I think it would be idiotic, beyond stupid, to dump, like 100 tons of plastic on a field when the town just passed an ordinance banning plastic bags, as the woman said earlier. It's going in the wrong direction, period. That's my opinion. And I know I speak for the vast majority of my neighbors in this part of town who live right across the street from the park. We don't want this thing. It's the last thing we want. I guarantee if you took a vote in this part of town, it would fail
30
overwhelmingly.
seconds.
We like the park. It's a great resource. We don't want to see it ruined any more than it already has been. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Serrano. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Ritu. Sorry, there's no last name attached to it. So Ritu, you have 3 minutes.
Yep. Hi, everyone. My name is Ritu. I am a South Orange resident. I'm also going to be the coach of my girls Cougars soccer team. My daughter is turning 7, and my husband has coached the Cougars travel soccer team for the past 2 years and is an active coach. I know that it's being purportedly told, introduced in the community that the entire Cougars community is in favor of turf. An email actually went out today from the Cougars community that I was not polled on that. A number of my friends and parents who are Cougar parents who pay $1,400 a year to have our kids on this Cougar travel team or on this local team, we're not polled in terms of what our opinions were on whether or not we should introduce turf at DeHart. I spend about 4 days out of my week picking up my kids and dropping off my kids at DeHart. Look, I get it. I don't think my kid's gonna play in college, but I love soccer. I played competitive soccer growing up. A lot of the women that I played with ended up playing for Villanova and other schools, were Division I schools. But I personally have to think that our elected leaders have an obligation, a moral obligation, to begin to act in the long-term interest of this planet and for our health. I have a mom who has severe disabilities, I believe were brought on by environmental concerns. I personally have an endocrine disorder. My husband and my son have severe asthma. This, to me, as a person of color, is more than just, do my kids get to play soccer every time they're scheduled to play soccer? This is about our planet. This is about my health. This is about my kids' health. This is about people of color's health. I think you have an environmental justice issue on your hands because you are placing turf on the one part of town where there's very little greenery. I took a walk today in the middle of the day, everyone's working from home. I could barely make it down Bridgewood because there's so little shade and it is so hot. I cannot imagine how the people on that side of town felt today. It is incredibly hot and the planet is getting hotter. I also want to note, people have noted multiple times here, Cougar parents, that their games were canceled. What happened this winter, generally we play indoor soccer at the Armory in West Orange. Of course, due to COVID, that was closed. That's been a perfect winter solution. This winter, the town Cougars struck up a deal with Orange. So we played on the turf in Orange. I actually thought that was great. It was 5 minutes away from where I live. If there are existing fields and existing towns that are willing to let us use their shared spaces, that to me is a more environmentally reactive way of handling the fact that our fields have overuse. And then
that is your time, man.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Sharma.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Stefan Collodi. 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
My name is Stefan Colodi. I am a Hilton resident. I also am in support of the turf. I'm a parent coach for the Cougar Soccer Club, so I probably spent from September to June 50 to 60 hours on D-Hart. So I've seen what that field is like throughout the entire course of the year, and it's not good. It's not pretty. There are a lot of people that are saying that, you know, the township committee or the township, the rec department, they need to maintain it better. It's not like people aren't trying. You know, the field is closed 5 months out of the year with the solar tarps on it to protect the turf. All spring long, you know, there's grass seed on the field. You know, they're trying to grow the grass. You know, for those of us who, you know, we do our lawns, you can't plant grass if it's being used all the time. You know, if the field is being used all the time. And that's the issue. It's the usage. You know, the field is utilized by sports teams 7 days a week. And the grass just, you know, with the poor drainage, it can't handle it. It just can't do it. And so, you know, I grew up in Maplewood. I grew up playing soccer on D-Hart when D-Hart had 2 baseball diamonds. Yes, it is a multi-use field, but D-Hart deemed that a sports field when they invested tens of thousands of dollars to put the lights up there. That is primarily a sports field, and that's what it's utilized for. As a Hilton resident, I acknowledge the fact that D-Hart is in the Hilton neighborhood, but D-Hart does not belong to the Hilton neighborhood. Just like Orchard doesn't belong to the residents there. Memorial doesn't belong to the residents there. Maple Crest doesn't belong to the residents there. When the township was you know, deciding what to do with Maple Crest Park, I voted. I voted on the piece. You know, I don't live around that park. These Maplewood fields belong to all of Maplewood residents. And so, you know, if this is really, you know, like a, you know, a topic of debate, and it seems like it is, I'm going to put it to a referendum. It's not just up to the Hilton residents, it's up to the township of Maplewood, to all the residents here, because, you know, it's utilized by all of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colodi. Thank you.
Next up, Mayor, we have Tracy Woods with 3 minutes.
Oh, sorry, it took so long to get to me. I kind of forgot to have my hand at the mute. First of all, I just want to say that our community, when we hear from all these people that are speaking tonight, it's a reminder of how many excellent members of the community in the spirit of volunteerism, and how much expertise, and just how really great our community is. And you know, I'm a resident of the Hilton neighborhood, and I am an environmentalist as well, and I don't support the turfing of DeHart Field for all the environmental reasons that have been stated by other people in this meeting. But also I'm really concerned about the use of taxpayer money. You know, we know everybody's calling for the returfing of Underhill Field, which isn't, you know, didn't live to see half of the projected life that was given by, I believe, half the projected life that was given by the installers when that field was installed. And if we think about, you know, a turf field at DeHart having a similar lifespan to what Underhill has seen, the numbers just really don't make sense. And, you know, I wanted to, because so many other people have focused on the environmental issue, which of course is the dearest to my heart, I wanted to use my time to emphasize this other component of it that really, I just don't see how it makes sense, how it's a respectful and responsible use of taxpayer money when addressing the issues at the field overall, in the end, could be a more financial way to deal with that issue, and on top of all the environmental and justice benefits that are associated with the natural field. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woods, and thank you as always for your advocacy.
Okay, Mayor, next up we have Victor Gallo with 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Good evening, Township Committee.
and thank you for all of your service. I oppose construction of an artificial turf sports field in Dehart Park or any other park in the town. Our open space and recreational facilities are deteriorating rapidly as a result of long-term deferred maintenance. And as you know, we have facilities in Memorial Park that are falling apart and unsafe. We are already paying for deferred maintenance of these facilities in Memorial and other parks with open space trust fund money that was intended for new open space investments. On top of that, we are facing a 7% property tax increase in the coming year. From my perspective, the town simply cannot afford to expend $2 million on a new turf field when we can't even maintain the facilities we have properly. And I am very skeptical that the turf field will be maintenance free. So I am concerned that not only will we be paying to build the turf field with new debt, but that the township committee will be coming back a few years from now for more debt to be paid through the open space trust fund account to maintain the field. And this isn't something that is hypothetical that needs to be studied further. This is happening right now. Some commenters have said that the turf field will be toxic, but what is indisputably toxic is the tax burden that we are facing as a town that is making this place unlivable for anyone who is not rich or who has a child in the school system. The engineering work that is on the agenda tonight, if approved, will create a foregone conclusion that this project must be constructed. In my opinion, this would be a mistake. Maplewood is not the only municipality that likes to develop new recreational facilities, but is not so good at paying to maintain the facilities after the ribbon is cut. Please do not let Maplewood fall into this debt trap. If taxes need to be raised and more money must be spent at all, there are much better and more equitable ways to spend it than on a turf field. For example, defraying the cost of a pool membership for families, which right now is at $425 for a family of three for the summer. Installing a regulation-sized basketball court in the town.
30
restoring
seconds.
the rec building in Memorial Park or the facilities in Dehart Park. Funding a new turf field at this time, the financial crisis is going to displace other critical community needs and exacerbate the debt burden that ties our hands to maintain what we already have. I respectfully request that you not move forward with the turf field project. And thank you again for the opportunity to comment. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo, and good night to you as well.
I see no one else at this time, Mayor.
Seeing no one, we will close public comment. Thank you, everyone, for your thoughts, concerns, and opinion. We appreciate everyone's words this evening. We will now move on to our next agenda item, which is our Board of Health meeting. So I'll now yield the floor to Deputy Mayor Mr. Daffis.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me get myself set up here. Pursuant to Section 5, Chapter 231 of the Public Laws of New Jersey, this is to state for the record that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided to the public by posting and maintaining the annual notice of regular meetings on the bulletin board of the municipal building, by mailing the annual notice of regular meetings for 2021 to the News Record and Star Ledger in December 2020, and by filing said notice in the office of the Township Clerk.
Adams.
Still here.
Mr. DeLuca.
Here.
Glenbrick.
Here.
Mayor McGehee.
Here.
Mr. Daffis.
Here.
Whereas Chapter 231 Public Laws 1975, commonly known as the Open Public Meetings Act, requires that all meetings of public bodies be open to the public. And whereas Section 7A provides that the Board of Health has a discretion to permit, prohibit, or regulate the active participation of the public at any meeting. And whereas desire the Maplewood Board of Health to comply with the provision of this act, same time it conducted its business in an orderly and expeditious manner. Now therefore be resolved by the Maplewood Board of Health, Township of Maplewood, does hereby prohibit as set forth in the formal agenda, active participation in the deliberations of the Board of Health by the public, and except as otherwise prescribed by law, does limit the public to the observation of the actions and discussions of the Board of Health and its regular and special meetings.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Mr. Lembrick?
Yes.
Mayor McGehee?
Yes.
Mr. Daffis?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. I move the approval of the Board of Health minutes from our June 1st.
I'll second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Mr. Lembrick?
Yes.
Mayor McGehee?
Yes.
Mr. Daffis?
Yes, thank you again, Ms. Fritzen. I'm going to yield the Zoom to our Health Officer, Candace Davenport, for the Health Officer report.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm going to share my screen here. Okay, can everyone see the screen? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go into 3 sections, the nursing and communicable infectious disease section, where I'll update COVID. Our total number of cases as of last month, June 30th, was 1,554. The number of cases for the month of June was 13. I want to highlight what is in red, which is from the days July 1st to July 6th. In the last 6 days, we have 9 new cases. So in the month of June, we'd have 13. So I just want to reiterate the importance of the COVID is still not over, okay? Our target is unvaccinated, those who are ineligible, but also those who are eligible, but within that youngish timeframe, age group of 20s to 30s, who are still potentially hesitant about getting vaccinated, those who are essential workers who need to get vaccinated and may not know about access to vaccination. We have to do a better job of getting them. My concern in July is what will happen in the fall. We really do need to be prepared and get our numbers up statewide, really. So Maplewood, if we're going to talk about just our township, we're doing great. Okay, our push for vaccination and our educated community have shown, that among those who are 12 and over, those who are eligible for getting vaccinated, 76% of us are fully vaccinated, with a potential total once the 9% of their first dose get their second dose of 85%. So this is great. And we just keep getting better and better as we get older and older. This is because these people have had more time to get vaccinated. And as we look at the 12 and over, those younger cohorts will also get vaccinated, but we can't stop pushing the need for vaccination and testing, especially as we go into the fall and as kids go back into school, or just go and get involved in more activities and go outside of, their surroundings. Just as an update for Essex County, we have 57% of our population is vaccinated. So we are doing a good job, but we have to get better. Remember, our herd immunity rate is about 70 to 80%. Let me give you an update of how COVID is affecting children under 12. These are those who are unable to get vaccinated because they're ineligible at this moment. Let's look at the first column. For 12 to 17-year-olds, between January 1st of this year to May 10th, which is when the date was May 10th, when 12 and over could get vaccinated, they consisted of about 10% of our cases in Maplewood. Between May 11th to the end of June, they now only consist of 5% of our total cases. So vaccination is helping to reduce the number of cases among children ages 12 to 17 years old. Here's the breakdown by month of that same age group. As you can see, from January to February to the end of June, May 1st to May 10th, we had 1 case. And then from May 11th to end of June, that's almost 2 months or a month and a half, we've had 2. So vaccinations really do work. Let's go over to the section on the right, which is children under 12. Between January 1st and May 10th, they consisted of 11% of our cases. Now between May 11th and end of June, they consist of 22% of our cases. Here's the thing, COVID will find those who are unvaccinated and they become the new cohort. What you will also see here is that, in our previous slide, that those who are older, right, who have gotten vaccinated, you see a sharp decline in the number of cases. Now, while people may argue that hospitalization rates are still low among, even though we're seeing an increase in cases, we don't want to invite more people to get hospitalized, right? The more people who are getting COVID, the more exposure they're going to have to people. And then eventually what will happen, last year around this time will happen again. We'll see an uptick. So we do have to make sure that those who are eligible to get vaccinated, please get vaccinated. Lastly, from January to June, children under 12 years of age consisted of 11.5% of our cases. So we are watching them closely. On that note, our COVID vaccination of homebound residents, we are vaccinating both Maplewood and South Orange residents as a shared service. So as of the month of June, we vaccinated 10 new homebound vaccinations. And those residents were very grateful to Salerno Medical and to our government for being able to do this, along with Essex County. We also mailed out 80 resource packages to Maplewood's vulnerable and homebound residents, and included a whole bunch of things that were pertinent to them, including the Classic Card for those who are seniors and the SOMA for Two Towns All Ages newsletter. So we're collaborating within our departments interdepartmentally. Today, we had our second COVID vaccination clinic. Is a partnership with the Maplewood Chamber of Commerce and Essex County. We really can't do these vaccination clinics or any of these processes without partnering with other people. So let me just update you on June 15th, which was 21 days ago, 51 people were vaccinated locally. Today was the second vaccination date. And as per Maya Lordo, the health officer for Essex County, we vaccinated 33 people. 24 of those were second doses of the Pfizer from June 15th, but 9 were new walk-ins. So this is a real good thing, and we have to keep pushing the vaccination. So thank you also for posting those on your social media. And I'd like to thank also to our Department of Community Services, our DPW, our police and fire, and all of our other departments for being there to assist. It really does take a team effort. Moving on to our health promotion and health education. We had a great turnout at the Hughes Street Fair. Thank you to Township Committee, especially Mr. DeLuca, for arranging this. I know a lot of my colleagues participated in it on a weekly basis. But as for the health fair, we screened a total of 19 residents with our external partners who were there. Aetna was there to provide health insurance information. SNAP Ed provided nutrition tips and provided people with signing up for SNAP benefits, because people do need help to understand the process of how to do that. And Braven Health, which is Blue Cross Blue Shield, provided health screenings of blood pressure, cholesterol, and blood sugar screenings. So we did a poll also. 40% of our residents, 40 residents attended, excuse me. And of those, 17 residents said that they would be interested in additional screenings like dental screening, diabetes screening, and health education sessions. So we look forward to bringing those not only to the Hughes Street neighborhood, but also to other neighborhoods and neighborhood associations, because we do think that those mobile outreaches are really beneficial to people, and they're welcome. Speaking of other outreaches, our kids' summer meals program is now open. We had our first week last week and provided 150 breakfasts and 150 lunches to people. According to our director, our coordinator there, Marcel McNeil, he saw more new people than he had recognized in the last 2 years. So this is a real bonus that more people are learning about it, and we're making it available to more families in need. So our school district has been phenomenal about promoting that, and we are still pushing that throughout summer school session as well. I would encourage all of our township committee folks to please come and see the summer meals program in action between 9 and 11 a.m. from Monday to Friday up until August 20th. Our community resource guide, if you recall, the Community Coalition on Race had produced a community resource guide, and then they have given us free reign to update it with our information. So thanks to Talia and Anna and all the vulnerable populations coordinator efforts that they've done, we've updated it with more information on testing locations, vaccination locations, and also the other social determinants of health that we recognize were affected by COVID, like food assistance, housing, school district meal resources, health insurance, and employment, as well as mental health resources. I just want to also say that in terms of new partnerships, we are partnering or looking to partner with the Mental Health Association of Morris and Essex County to provide partnerships looking at how we deal with our co-responder program with first responders, but also with our homeless population, which unfortunately is affected because of COVID. We're also partnering with SNAP Ed and the SNAP resource team to ensure that people can sign up for SNAP, as well as bringing their education components to potentially our farmers market that happens every Monday. So that's really exciting news. They'll also be at the summer meals program as well to assist families there. Lastly, moving into our environmental health, Ms. Adams had requested last month to provide some information on mosquito control. So we have this this flyer. It's a 2-page flyer that is on our website. We do have to update it because it initially was focused on Zika, but the information still remains the same. And I think it's pretty concise in terms of what parents and families need to do regarding property maintenance to prevent mosquitoes on their property, as well as how to prevent mosquito bites concerning your clothing and mosquito repellent. I do want to emphasize that a few changes were made as of the creation of this. There is a used tire coupon, and if people call the DPW or Department of Public Works and the phone number is there, they can get more information on that used tire coupon and recycle that at the DPW. I also want to mention physical barriers on your property, such as maintaining screens on household windows and doors, and using fans to circulate air on patios and porches to prevent mosquito bites also does help. So these are just some alternative non-using of pesticides, things that are super important for overall property maintenance, but also long-term prevention of mosquito breeding on your property. Lastly, I did want to talk about environmental health with rodent control, just to give you an idea of where we are in comparison to last year. So last year we had almost 300 cases of rodent complaints. That includes calls and repeat calls to the same locations. And this year we have about 35. So, and then with including repeat complaints, I think it's about like 70 in total. So we are in a much better place, but that still doesn't mean that we shouldn't talk about rats. Let me just say that in the past, we have gone into private homes and abated property using rodent bait traps. We no longer do this in Maplewood. After speaking with NJDEP, we realized that the better solution and long-term solution is property maintenance. So we go out and we do active education, and we work with not only the resident who sees the rat, but also the surrounding neighbors to talk about what can we all do together for a long-term sustainable environment where we can eliminate rodent food sources and harborage. Once we get that, you're actually also eliminating, unwanted garbage, long grass, debris in someone's yard, and teaching them how to get rid of it, as well as, just general property maintenance. So this is really the more important thing that we want to drive home to people, and that we are here to help them. And that is pretty much all that I have for today. So I will stop sharing, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Health Officer Davenport, for your fulsome report. I have to, I know I do this often, and I hope my colleagues will indulge me and join me in saluting you and your team, your incredible office, and all the work that you do. You really are redefining what a health department is and can do for a community and how expansive health and wellness is. So I just want to take this moment to congratulate you for all of this work that you're doing. So thank you. I wanted to see if my colleagues had any questions. I have a couple questions for you, but I wanted to offer my colleagues the opportunity first. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I just have a commenting. Thank you, Ms. Davenport, for doing the mosquito thing. I would like another follow-up. I literally don't want to discuss it tonight because we're already at 10 o'clock and we haven't even gotten past this meeting. So it's a long meeting ahead of us. So I just would like some information on what the mosquito repellent companies are using on so many lawns in town. And it's a First Amendment issue probably with regard to the signs that are on properties all over that they have some free advertising, even though they're kind of a regular contractor as opposed to, anyway, that's another issue. But I would like some information about what it is they're spraying on the properties. If you don't mind finding that out, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Will do.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Are there any other comments or questions from my colleagues? Okay. Ms. Davenport, thank you for pointing out the rodent control issue in particular. Myself and my colleagues have been tagged a lot in social media about this issue. I think the data that you just illustrated tonight really speaks for itself. We've gone from 300 cases to 35 cases, reported cases in a year during a time when most people are at home and they are engaged with us and more available to send an email or to tag in social media. So that means that what we are doing, what you're doing, is really effective and more effective than our previous response which was to, put out baits in sewers and do these spot exterminations, which we found were not ultimately effective. It is more effective to go and work with residents and neighbors in all of these other mitigation efforts that you spoke to. So thank you about that. And lastly, before we close Board of Health, I just want to, I'd like to just remind folks that the governor has signed legislation that ends the public health emergency, which includes the protections that were put into place during the emergency, the masking, the social distancing. But people need to remember that that same order also says that businesses are allowed to keep in place masking and social distancing. So we want to remind our consumers or residents that if they go into a business, that business is allowed to impose those. We also want to remind our residents that even in businesses that are not imposing that, we want to be respectful of those who do choose to continue wearing a mask outdoors or in other public spaces until they feel more comfortable about doing that. So that's all I have. I think now we're going to open it up to the public, if there are any questions from the public. Mr. Waltz, do we have any hands raised?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, we have two, so I'm just going to transfer them over to a panelist real quick and allow them 3 minutes to speak. Okay. So first up, we have, sorry, screen froze. First up, we have, let's see here, Aaliyah Covell, 3 minutes. You're on mute.
Thank you. Aaliyah Covell, Tap Into. I just wanted to ask Candace if you've read the concerning your opinion about artificial turf in the town. I mean, I'm sure you heard a lot of varying opinions earlier, and I'd like to know if you've read up on this issue, knowing it was coming up, and what is your professional opinion, and do you have a professional opinion on the topic?
Thanks, Leah. So I know that turf has been a big topic. We talked and heard from our residents over this last hour and a half. So what I can say is that I've worked at the Rutgers Cooperative Extension, and I worked with those who deal with turf grass. So I would recommend to the Township Committee to, and I can refer them to the Rutgers turf program. They have really great scientists and people who specialize in turf, and they could be a great resource for you in making this decision. There are both sides to this in terms of a public health and concern. One is everyone needs a place to play sports. Sports is a great thing that every healthy person and individual and community needs to have. And sounds like we need space and we are outgrowing that. At the same time, there are environmental concerns regarding this and how we will be environmentally responsible for it in the long run and what that means, right? So we have a response that we have to do now in terms of like maintenance and providing a place for our residents to play and engage with one another. But then there's also what we need to look at for the long term, both financially, but also environmentally, and how, and there are ways, I do believe that there are ways that we can address that. We just have to study it more. And I think that there's other places and other resources we can tap into for that expertise.
Thank you.
Mr. Waltz, are there any more?
Yes, Deputy Mayor. Next, we have Emily Konopinski.
Hello, good evening. Thank you again. Officer Davenport, following up on your last comment, have you read the Mount Sinai letter and will you comment on the health impact for our community once you do so? I know you just mentioned looking into the research and the experts. So that's quite part one. The next question is, do we have a history in town of receiving letters from medical community advising, medical community at large advising us on park planning? Because it seems, as someone without experience in your field, that it's quite compelling that people unrelated to this town are reaching out and urging the town to reconsider. And then lastly, will you get back to us about your findings in the reports and any concerns you have? And would you urge the forward movement to be paused until you get back to us with the health concerns, which are valid, and the town certainly requires medical input. Thanks. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Emily. So unfortunately, I have not read the letter from Mount Sinai, but I will be happy to look that over. I also worked for the US EPA, so I know that there's a lot of research that has gone into it, and there's a lot of research. I worked in the Office of Children's Protection, Environmental Protection, so I do know that there are lots of sides to this, but also we need to explore that there are other alternatives that are, more recent and, that we need to explore and look to see if that's something we're willing to fund. So when I get to read this information, whatever the Township Committee requests, I will provide them with guidance. There were a lot of resources that were provided on the Zoom, which I'm sure the TC will take into account. So I hope that's helpful.
Okay, Deputy Mayor. Next up, Heather Soslovsky.
So Emily asked most of my question. I'm a little surprised that I know the TC received that report, that letter from Mount Sinai and their attachments a number of weeks ago at this point. So I'll personally forward it to Ms. Davenport because I think that that's really important. Probably more so than any link put in the chat. It gave me a lot of pause. But separately, I'd like to ask, given the rise in the COVID numbers in the past 5 or 6 days that you reported, do you believe that that's attributable to the new variant, Delta or Delta Plus? And is there any specific events that have occurred to your knowledge that maybe people should be aware of to avoid.
Okay, thanks, Heather. So what I do know is that about 25% of the cases in the US of COVID recently have been attributed to the Delta variant. So it is a concern. This is a rising percentage from just a couple of months ago for the Delta variant. So it is affecting more and more of our COVID cases. The 9 cases that we have not been tested for the Delta variant as of yet, but if you go on the state health website, which is you could go onto the NJDOH COVID-19 dashboard, it will tell you the breakdown of variants by county. And again, these are random samples requested by the state health department. So when they request a healthcare provider to do that, is when you get the data of how it's broken down, but you'll get to see by timeline and trend how the Delta variant, as well as the other variants, are increasing or decreasing in their exposures by county in different counties. What impacts them? We don't really know, except there are a couple of, things that stick out. One is people are going out more. Travel is another issue. And then the fact that people are not, either are ineligible or not getting vaccinated, either because of access or or they're immunocompromised. So these are a multitude of factors. It's just the human behavior. And so what I want to encourage people to do is, if you're unvaccinated, the CDC and the state health department strongly encourage you to please wear your mask indoors. Now, if you're outdoors in a large setting and you are unvaccinated, please continue to wear the face mask. This is also still protective. The WHO has recently said that they're now encouraging people, even if you're vaccinated, to wear masks when you're in a large group. The CDC has not adopted that yet, but that is something to consider because they're looking at this globally and how that's how affecting whole nations, regardless of vaccination. But we are one of the, largest vaccinated countries. I think we just want to make sure that we continue that trend. Hope that helps.
Okay, Deputy Mayor. Next up, Lawrence Hecht, 3 minutes.
I don't necessarily need to talk. I'm sorry if I yelled before. I didn't modulate my volume last time. I just want to know what was the next steps for the fields. Is it going to be a vote this evening? And what will the vote be for?
Mr. Hecht, thank you for the question. That's a good question. We'll cover that. We will answer that question after we close the Board of Health. Right now, we are engaged in the Board of Health, and these public comment period is about Board of Health related to Health Officer Davenport. So we will cover that shortly as soon as we adjourn the Board of Health. Thank you for your comment.
No more comment then. Sorry.
Thank you. No worries, sir. No worries. Mr. Waltz, are there any other questions?
Okay, Deputy Mayor, someone just raised their hand. Marion Cutler, let me promote them to a panelist.
Is this the real Marianne Cutler?
Yeah, again, it's not Marion Cutler, and I am not Dorothy Michaels. I am Michael Dorsey. Michael Dorsey. Thanks, Dean. You got it. Yeah, Candace, hi. Yeah, I just want to, again, I also want to encourage you to read the Mount Sinai letter and any other literature they put in front of you. And when you do, I hope you're mindful of the fact that every single thing in there is a speculative harm. And they talk about toxins in the turf, just as there are toxins in everything that we use. But as I mentioned earlier in this call, over 60 years of using turf, there's not a single documented case of a negative health impact other than scraped knees and turf toe and things of that nature. So if you're going to make a recommendation to the board, to the Township Committee, I hope you keep that in mind and actually address whether or not there have been actual harm documented of the type that people are concerned about. Because I understand people have legitimate concerns, but people also had legitimate concerns about microwave ovens, 40 years ago, and about cell phone use. And after 60 years of using turf, it just hasn't come to fruition. So, I hope that you read it and you do all, bring all your expertise to bear on this subject, because, people do need to be informed on the facts and not just on the fear. So thank you for your time and your consideration.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, next we have Joan Crystal.
Candace, could you please tell us how we can obtain a copy of the community resource guide?
Absolutely. Thanks, Joan. So we will be putting that on our website. My apologies. It is hot off the presses and it is great. It's half the size of what it used to be, and it's a lot clearer and cleaner for people to use. So we'll be distributing it out to like Soma, Two Towns for All Ages, and to the libraries and to our food pantries, so they can get the information out to the vulnerable populations. But we will also put it on our website for residents to be able to access as well. But we'll also have hard copies at the libraries too.
May we also get copies for the senior center, please?
Yes, I can provide that to Michelle Wesley, of course.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, next we have Jermaine Crick.
Oh my goodness, 2 times in a row. I didn't think I'd actually talk twice during this meeting. Candace, thank you so much for the work that you do for the township. I just have a couple of questions as far as like what the township is planning on doing for those members of the community who are still skeptical about the various vaccines. I'm a member of a family of relatively well-educated people who still have people in my own family who don't believe in the validity of the various vaccines out there. Of my 7 brothers and sisters, I am one of 5 that's vaccinated, but 2 just flat refuse to do it. And that has kind of been the understanding of the people I've run into in my neighborhood. So is there something that's going to go out, or something that maybe could be put together to kind of educate folks in the idea that maybe what has happened in the past in our country as far as how Black and brown people are dealt with medically is not the case with COVID? If something like that can be put out, I think that would actually change the tide, particularly how the Delta is going to run through our community when it gets here, because it's coming. We are an international hub with Newark and the various airports around us. It's on its way, and the more of us that are protected by the vaccine, the better. The second thing would be also with in regards to the turf, the idea behind the mindset of the fact that there is nothing that's been proven. The reality is a lot of the places, and I actually have been taking notes for most of the meeting, is that a lot of these communities that actually have turf placed, I quoted the folks and wrote things down, particularly that said that they were by the parkway and off the sides of town and in the industrial areas. That just described Hilton. The neighborhoods where a lot of the turf was placed is the areas that are already impacted by a lot of industrial, chemical runoff, exhaust, whatever. So attributing it exclusively to turf is going to be virtually impossible to do. So making that kind of claim or calling that as the reason why I'm going to stand behind what it is I stand for is impossible. Will you be doing, or will there somebody in the health department willing to do the work that actually would take to set aside possibly that idea that there's only one thing that attributes to the negative impact of the health of the quality of the air, or the quality of the soil, or the quality of the water? It's more than just one thing, and we're aware of this, but it's very simple to make a statement like that in a public forum that it's only one thing when it's really not. Will the township invest money into that? That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Cripe. So I will definitely do my due diligence. As I mentioned, I'm a nurse. I worked in the EPA. I worked with Rutgers, turf. I value all of the clinical data as well as the science, right? That's what public health does. And so as with anything, as I think you've seen with COVID, I take a measured, thoughtful response, and I'll be happy to provide a balanced critique of the situation as requested by the Township Committee, and then hopefully that will help them to guide their decision either way.
I think, Ms. Davenport, the other question that Ms. Kripe had was about public education, further public education and community outreach regarding COVID vaccination.
Absolutely. Sorry about that, Ms. Kripe. I meant to get to that too. So I was writing that down. There are a couple of resources, and I think if you'd like to be signed up for our weekly reporting out of resources from our Vulnerable Populations Coordinator, please let me know, and we can sign you up for weekly updates on that. But along with that are videos that were created from the State Health Department, from practitioners speaking to that hesitancy. And so I'll be happy to share those with you. I think they're more compelling than me talking about it. And they do address those very specific issues of like, why should I trust this? Why did they get it out so quickly? And addressing that history, because I do think you're right. I think that people might be hesitant, but as I mentioned before, the science is that the variant, the virus will come for those who are unvaccinated in our community. And unfortunately, people of color and communities of color have been adversely affected, and we want to prevent that. So anything that we can do to help people understand that, I think is something that we have to get out there. But I also think that it's important, at least in my experience, to practice motivational interviewing and listen to why people have a hesitancy and acknowledge their hesitancy and listen some more, and then help them get to that point when they're ready to listen back, right? So hopefully we'll get that information out to you and the rest of the community.
And that's a good point. And we've done a lot of that sort of thing already through public forums. There were a couple of those, one that we hosted, one that was hosted by another community, a community group. We've also had a very successful canvassing effort that was targeted. And perhaps we can work with Ms. Kripe and others in the community to identify another targeted canvassing approach where we can actually go into neighborhoods and talk to people with our scientists, like Ms. Davenport and her great team, to do that kind of valuable outreach to convince people to become vaccinated. So I think that's a really good point, and there is opportunity for us to continue doing as much as we have been doing.
Yeah, and as more people are feeling more comfortable to either do a Zoom or meet in person, happy to have myself and my staff and recruit some of my scientific colleagues and clinical colleagues to be there to provide that information. And for as long as we have to do it, we will keep doing that. That's our commitment. So
that's great. Are there any other questions from the public, Mr. Waltz?
Yes, Deputy Mayor. Next, we have Michael Lasowski. You're muted. He was unmuted a minute ago.
Sorry, that was a mistake. I wasn't looking to speak right now.
hi, Mike. He's my neighbor.
Anyone else, Mr. Waltz?
I see no one, Deputy Mayor.
Okay. And with that, we're going to close the Board of Health this evening. I move that we adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Fritzen?
Adams. Mr. DeLuca,
Yes.
Lembrecht,
Yes.
Mayor McGehee,
Yes.
Mr. Daffis.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. Mayor? Again.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Daffis. We're finishing up the third hour of our meeting. We're now on agenda item number 8. We'll have our first ordinance on final.
Mayor, item number 8 is an ordinance on final passage. Ordinance number 3033-21 is an ordinance to amend Chapter 227 of the Code of the Township of Maplewood entitled Shade Trees. This ordinance will revise the procedures for securing a permit to remove a shade tree within Maplewood and will adjust the fines for violations of the provisions of the ordinance.
This ordinance has been published, copies posted on the bulletin board in the municipal building, and copies made available to the general public in accordance with the law. Would anyone like to speak on this shade tree ordinance?
I see no one, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Waltz. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. May I get a motion, Mr. DeLuca?
I move this ordinance be adopted as a whole and the clerk be directed to publish the same as a passed ordinance in the Maplewood South Orange News Record according to law.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Daffis?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Mr. Lembrick?
Yes.
Mayor McGehee?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. We now have the second ordinance on final.
Yes, Mayor. Item number 9 is also on final passage. Ordinance number 3034-21 is an ordinance to amend Chapter 238 of the Code of the Township of Maplewood entitled Storm Water Management. This ordinance will amend the Township ordinance regarding stormwater management to be consistent with New Jersey State Department of Environmental Protection regulations.
This ordinance has been published, copies made available in the municipal building, and copies made available to the general public in accordance with the law. Would anyone like to speak on this ordinance regarding stormwater management?
Yes, Mayor. Bob McCoy.
The chair will recognize Mr. McCoy for 3 minutes.
Yes, hello. I'll start my video too. I'm also the chair of the Environmental Advisory Committee, and I'm speaking in support of this ordinance. Encourage you to pass it as it's written, but I would also like to call attention to the fact that it may not be enough. This ordinance is intended to regulate the quantity and quality of water going into the stormwater going out of our developments, and there's some evidence that the state rules are not as strong as we would want them to be. They're not in keeping with the spirit of this, which is to minimize the amount of additional water that goes in at storm times, and in maintaining the quality of that water. We know from a few years back the issue of storm drainage was a big factor in the flooding that goes on downstream, and that bounded back up to us in the drive by Cranford and other towns to try to put a dam in our reservation in the South Mountain Reservation, not ours. And so the issue of quantity of water, and a lot of the problem of the quantity of water is that water is not infiltrating into the ground and is being siphoned off into the storm system. So there's an issue there. On the quality, the Environmental Advisory Committee leads a river cleanup every year. And one of the things that's really notable is the effectiveness of the plastic ban. This year, plastic bag ban. Typically, that's a very common thing. That's the area, the parking lot of Stop and Shop, where that drains in. There's usually lots of bags. This year, there were a very minimum number. There's other plastic and other garbage in there. So that's an important issue. We've begun to address it in some ways. I'm concerned, though, that we have not dealt with the major development. And reading not to bring this back into it, but reading the Collier engineer report, it looks like there are openings in the state law that are big enough to drive trucks through. And I would encourage us not to be party to that, where we're using an engineer who will claim that there's lots of runoff from DeHart Field, and then it has 3 different statements about what they're going to do.
30
about
seconds.
That. Okay, what they're going to do about that. Perhaps the best management practices aren't enough, and that we need to revisit this at some point in the near future, and including as we review the various projects that come before us, DeHart, Ritzer. If someone decides to build in the golf course, those are all things that we need to have stronger rules about, because that water will end up in the rivers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. Anyone, Mr. Wallace, does anyone else like to address the TC on this ordinance of stormwater management?
I see no one at this time, Mayor.
Okay. Seeing no one, and thank you again, Mr. McCoy, we will close public comment. I will now entertain a motion. Ms. Adams.
Yes, Mayor, I move this ordinance be adopted as a whole and the clerk be directed to publish the same as a passed ordinance in the Maplewood South Orange News Record according to law.
Can I get a second, please? Thank you, Mr. Lindbergh. Is there any further discussion?
I'd just like to comment on Mr. McCoy's comments. I think it's something we do need to look at, and I think on Engineering and Public Works and Planning Committee, we have talked about this at length. We do have some urgency to pass this to be in compliance with state statute, but yeah, it doesn't keep us from continuing to look at it and maybe further evolve with our own not personal ordinance, our city or our township ordinance.
I agree with you, Ms. Adams. I think this is a good start to make sure we're aligned, and then we can obviously go back and revisit it in a phased approach, just like with shade trees, for example. So I concur with your comments. Any other discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Daffis?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Mr. Lindbergh?
Yes.
Mayor McGehee?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. We now have our third ordinance on final.
Yes, Mayor, item 10, also on final, ordinance on final passage, ordinance number 3035-21 is an ordinance to amend certain fees within the Township of Maplewood. This ordinance will amend the fees for the use of the Woodland and Bergdorf Center for Performing Arts within the Township of Maplewood.
This ordinance has been published, copies posted on the bulletin board in the municipal building, and copies made available to the general public in accordance with the law. Would anyone like to speak on these amended fees in regards to the use of the Woodland and Bergdorf Center for the Performing Arts within the Township of Maplewood?
Seeing no one, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Waltz. Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Can I get a motion, Ms. Adams?
Yes, I move this ordinance be adopted as a whole and the clerk be directed to publish the same as a passed ordinance in the Maplewood South Orange News Record according to law.
Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lindbergh. Any discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Daffis?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Mr. Lindbergh?
Yes.
Mayor McGehee?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. We'll now move on to ordinances on introduction. We have our first, Ms. Fritzen.
Yes, Mayor. Item number 11, introduction of new ordinance, ordinance number 3036-21 is an ordinance to provide for the amendment of the revised general ordinances of the Township of Maplewood with the addition of a new chapter entitled Chapter 273, Wireless Telecommunications Facilities, and which is intended to replace the existing ordinance entitled Article 5A, Wireless Communications, Antennas, and Towers. This ordinance will establish reasonable regulations concerning the placement, installation, and altercation of wireless telecommunications facilities within the township, consistent with local, state, and federal laws through the implementation of a sitting and approved process and planning procedures.
Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. May I get a motion, Ms. Adams?
Mayor, before you do, can I just have 30 seconds?
Yep.
At your last meeting, the Township Committee appointed a telecommunications 5G consultant, and the genesis of this ordinance and the next ordinance are on his recommendation to clean up our process so that when, and he thinks it will be soon, Verizon or some other provider may come forward, our ordinances are in place and will allow him to better do his job. So that's the genesis of these two ordinances. He is available if at the next meeting you wish him to come to offer any explanations.
Thank you, Mr. Desiderio. Would anyone like to have the individual come and provide more information on final?
It'll make the meeting shorter, right?
I suggested to him, because he was going to come tonight, I suggested to him, I didn't think that would be necessary.
I think it would be helpful to have him come next meeting.
So noted. So, Mr. Desiderio, if you could extend an invitation, we'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Adams, would you like to move it?
Or I move the passage of this ordinance on first reading, its publication according to law in the Maplewood South Orange News Record, and a hearing to be held on July 20th. Sorry.
Can I get a second, please?
I will second.
Thank you, Mr. Lembrick. Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Mr. Adams,
Yes.
Mr. Daffis,
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca,
Yes.
Mr. Lembrick,
Yes.
Mayor McGehee.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. We have another ordinance on introduction.
Yes, Mayor. Item 12, introduction into ordinance number 3037-21. An ordinance amending the code of the Township of Maplewood with the addition of a chapter 274 entitled Communication Facilities Right-of-Way Permits to provide for the regulation of small cell wireless facilities within the municipal rights of way. This ordinance will establish regulations for the placement of small cell wireless facilities, including but not limited to the installation of antennas, small cells, and other communication devices and associated equipment, collectively the small cells.
Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. May I get a motion, Mr. DeLuca?
I move the passage of this ordinance on first reading, its publication according to law in the Maplewood South Orange News Record, and a hearing to be held on July 20th, 2021.
Get a second, Ms. Adams, please.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Ms. Adams,
Yes.
Mr. Daffis,
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca,
Yes.
Mr. Lembrick,
Yes.
Mayor McGehee.
Yes. Thank you again, Ms. Fritzen. We have our third ordinance on introduction.
Yes, Mayor. Item 13, introduction and new ordinance number 3038-21. It's an ordinance to amend Chapter 234 of the Code of the Township of Maplewood entitled Smoking. This ordinance will add cannabis-based products to the list of substances which are banned from being smoked in townships' parks, playgrounds, or recreation areas.
Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. Ms. Adams, may I get a motion, please?
Sure. I move the passage of this ordinance on first reading, its publication according to law in the Maplewood South Orange News Record, and a hearing to be held on July 20th.
Can I get a second, please? I heard. Thank you, Mr. Lembrick. Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Ms. Adams,
Yes.
Mr. Daffis,
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca,
Yes.
Mr. Lembrick,
Yes.
Mayor McGehee.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. We have another ordinance on introduction.
Yes, Mayor, it's item 14, introduction and new ordinance number 3039-21. It's an ordinance to amend Chapter 79 of the Code of the Township of Maplewood entitled Alcoholic Beverages. This ordinance will expand, subject to approval by the Maplewood Township Committee, consumption of alcoholic beverages at Maple Crest Park as part of an approved use.
Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. Ms. Adams, may I get a motion, please?
Sure. It's so weird to be having all these motions when it's not stop signs, but I move the passage of this ordinance on first reading, its publication according to law in the Maplewood South Orange News Record, and hearing to be held on July 20th.
Mr. Mayor, yet again, it's my pleasure to second.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Thank you, Mr. Lembrick. Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Before you do that, I just want to get some clarity. This is for a wine or beer garden.
And Maple Crest is
Maple
like,
Crest.
Yes,
Okay.
Maple Crest.
approval of the Township Committee, just like Memorial, right?
I want to make sure it's not for any event. It's just you have to have a wine and beer.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
So, along with an events permit, and you have to come before us.
Correct.
Or,
Right. Yes.
Yes, Mr. DeLuca, well, it aligns with our same practices for Memorial Park. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Daffis?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Mr. Lambrecht?
Yes.
Mayor McGehee?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Fritzen. We have our fifth ordinance on introduction.
Yes, Mayor, item 15, introduction of new ordinance number 3040-21. Bond ordinance providing for various capital improvements in and by the Township of Maplewood in the County of Essex, New Jersey, appropriating $2,025,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $1,923,750 in bonds or notes of the township to finance the part or the cost thereof.
Can I get a motion, Mr. DeLuca?
You're muted, Mr. DeLuca.
I'm still moving it. I move the passage of this ordinance on first reading, its publication according to law in the Maplewood South Orange News Record, and a hearing to be held on July 20th, 2021.
I second.
Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Actually, I have one clarification. So, yeah, in the purpose, the period of usefulness for the acquisition oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. Too many papers, too many ordinances. Mostly, I'm just concerned that how long this bond will be, for how long the improvement will last. And that's what I was trying to say. So Mr. Desiderio, could you, or I guess CFO Joe is not on the call tonight, but that was one of my questions with regard to this, is that we're going to be bonding for potentially longer than the improvement will last.
Ms. Adams, I can't give you an answer. I don't know. We'll have to refer to the CF. Mr. Jonas, do you know? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, so are you referring to the period of usefulness that's cited in the bond ordinance?
Yeah.
So that question came up similarly in another bond ordinance. The period of usefulness is set by the state, and they have a period that's designated for whatever type of purchasing you're buying, whether it's a vehicle or, in this case, a field or a construction. So that's typically set by the state. So that has nothing to do with, how long, a field will last, or if it's a vehicle, how long a vehicle will last. It's just the state sets those parameters on what the useful life should be.
So this says the useful life of the turf field should be 15 years when the warranty for the field is 8 years and the actual average is 10 years. So
yes, that's based on the estimate from the state, yes.
okay. So roll call.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Ms. Adams?
No.
Mr. Daffis?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Mr. Lembrecht?
Yes.
Mayor McGehee?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen.
Introduction, Mayor, 4-1.
Thank you. Moving on to ordinance on introduction, agenda item number 16.
To introduction of new ordinance number 3041-21. It's an ordinance to amend chapter 271 of the Code of the Township of Maplewood entitled Zoning and Development Regulations. This ordinance will prohibit the operation of any class of the cannabis business within the geographic boundaries of the Township of Maplewood, subject to an exception for the operation of a pre-existing alternate treatment center as both a medical dispensary and an adult use cannabis dispensary.
Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. May I get a motion, Mr. DeLuca?
Yes, before I move it, just want to explain, even though we've gone on record in support of cannabis businesses in Maplewood, we are concerned that not knowing what the final rules will be, which will not be issued until August, puts us at a disadvantage and puts municipalities at a disadvantage. So if we take no action by August, that means for 5 years, we will not be able to take any action to regulate these facilities. So we're taking this action now. When we see the new rules that come out from the state, we will then go back and make the proper amendments to our zoning regulations to allow certain types of cannabis businesses in Maplewood. So with that, I move the passage of this ordinance on first reading, its publication according to law in the Maplewood South Orange News Record, and a hearing to be held on July 20th, 2021.
Can I get, thank you, Ms. Adams. Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Daffis?
Yep. Yes.
Mr. Luca?
Yes.
Mr. Lembrick?
Yes.
Mayor McGehee?
Yes, and thank you, Ms. Fritzen. That concludes our ordinances for this evening. Mr. DeLuca, I'm glad you made that point. A lot for the education of the public. A lot of these ordinances are basically the result of either subcommittee meetings or discussion items from the previous meeting of the previous month. So those are usually the catalysts that result in several of these ordinances, especially the ones that we've moved tonight. So thank you again. We're now at agenda item number 17, reports from departments. We did receive Mr. Kaloje's report, but he's not here. So if you have any questions for him, I guess we should table that or communicate them to Mr. Gimes, who can provide them to Mr. Kaloje. Does anyone have any reports for the memo dated June 30th that was provided for Mr. Kaloje?
I had a request to talk about the American Rescue funds that we are receiving from the federal government. I saw that there was a decision made to spend the money on paying some bonds that we had borrowed, or some money we had borrowed because of the shortfall. I don't have an objection to that, but I guess I feel that policy issues should be made by the township. Policy decisions should be made by the township committee. And this, according to the memo, the decision was made by our bond attorney and our CFO. And I think that they need to provide us with their best guidance and information, but the policy is our decision to make. And so I just think that procedurally, we just have needed, we should have been involved in the process sooner rather than later.
I completely agree. And I think we should table this next meeting and ask the CFO to join us.
Duly noted, we can do as such. So Mr. Gimes, just please make a note to have Mr. Kaloje join us for July 20th.
Is there an item, is there an action item tonight that we're postponing, or we're just going to address this later?
We're just going to table his report until, and actually we'll ask for an update because it'll be almost, see if you can even update it a little more on the July 20th meeting.
Okay, yeah, because I thought we actually, there might have been action we could have taken, but we're not being asked to take any action tonight.
Correct.
Okay, so we're not deferring anything to the next meeting other than asking Mr. Kaloje to come back.
Right, and also to that point though, between now and the next couple of weeks, Ms. Adams and Mr. Luke, if you want to continue the narrative through email, and then we can cover it on the 20th too. That way we can be prepared to have that conversation, finalize it in public.
Mayor, I just wanted to add something here. I don't disagree with the merits on the merits of Mr. DeLuca or Ms. Adams' recommendation and our tabling this for further discussion on the 20th. Just for fairness, however, because we put it out there now to the public, the memo also does say that as it relates to the AFR funds, that there is not necessarily a requirement, but guidance from the AFR regulations that say that the money that is received should first go to pay down any losses, COVID losses. So I think that's where the decision came from. But again, I don't disagree with our having discussion about it and all that stuff that was already stated. I just wanted to add that to the record.
No, I think that's fair. I wouldn't want to speak for our CFO, but I think he did see those as kind of like from a subordinated debt perspective, the first leverage of it. So, but we'll have the conversation on the 20th. All right, we will now move on to agenda item number 18. We'll have our administrative reports. We'll start with our township administrator, Mr. Giles.
Thank you, Mayor. Just touching off Committeeman Deputy Mayor Daffis's comment that he's referring to the local finance notice of June in 2021 as well. So just to clarify that, June 6th. So as you know, the pool has opened. Construction has just about finished up. They were still doing some final cleanup issues, but the pool was open and it's up and running, and people seem to be very happy with the usage. There was a quick repair we had to do in one of the small pools that put it out of commission for, I think, less than a day, but that was repaired rather quickly, and we addressed that. So I just want to thank you all for your patience and understanding, thank the public for their patience and understanding, and thank Director Mancuso and Director Kittner for their hard work, and their staffs for their hard work in making sure this project was completed. As you see from the agenda, we have 3 vehicles in process to be purchased. All have been obviously approved in capital budgets before. 2 for the police department, 1 for the fire department. That 1 for the police department includes the Mach-E all-electric patrol vehicle that you approved a few meetings ago. We actually have that vehicle in the process of being striped and lit up, and we should have that pretty soon. As I mentioned in the email since our last meeting, we are going to be the first municipal police department in the state of New Jersey that has an all-electric patrol vehicle, and the vehicle is going to be debuted at the Chiefs Convention down in Atlantic City in the next few weeks. So if anybody's interested in taking a ride down south for the day, let us know. We'll give you the information, but that's where the official unveiling will be. And we're working, Ms. Barnett and I are working collectively to get the new website and the new agenda management system up and running. Committeeman DeLuca had mentioned he wanted to be part of one or two couple of the meetings that were had, and we're in the process of getting to a point where the meeting will actually be productive for yourself and Deputy Mayor Daffis, who are on the communications committee. You know, the very early meetings we're having are really just very technical and probably wouldn't be worth your time. But as we get more into the vision, you'll definitely be involved in that. As you know, you've been involved a little bit with providing your insight to the survey that I incorporated into the vision of that project as well. So we'll definitely keep you posted as we move forward. The study that was commissioned on 7 West Parker a couple meetings back is in the process of being completed. I spoke to the engineering consultant recently, and he should have a draft for me probably within a matter of days. And so as soon as I get that draft, I'll send it out and make sure everybody gets a copy of it. My other comment was going to be related to the 5G, which has been addressed previously. So with that, I'll reserve any comments for questions on the upcoming consent agenda items.
Thank you, Mr. Giles. Is there any questions for Mr. Giles? Mr. Daffis.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Giles. I wanted to ask a couple questions about the pool, things that have come up that I've been asked about from residents and did not have the answer to. So have we fully opened all of our water locations, even the deep dive side of the pool, or is that still pending? And when do we know, when do we think that's going to open?
The dive pool wasn't open recently just due to some training issues with the lifeguards. I am unsure at this moment if that was open this week. So I'll have to follow up with you on that one.
Right.
I actually can answer that. I talked to Director Mancuso today at the MACO's meet. And, you know, the issue at this point, you know, the diving boards are ready. The issue at this point is staffing. You know, we need to get enough guards. And, you know, because of there's a lot of right now, a lot of guards and, you know, and in some cases their families are on vacation. But we're expecting that by this weekend, we will have enough guards to have maybe not the tower, but at least the diving boards that are on either side, the lower boards, will be open. So, that's the plan. And also, the hope is, that Freeman's can be open. It was taking Freeman some time to staff up and to stock up. And until they're staffed up and stocked up and moved in over there, they can't get the health inspection approval to open up. But my understanding from talking to Director Mancuso this morning is that, both those things, both of those issues, the dive tank getting enough guards and the Freeman's issue, should get resolved by the end of this week so that, come this weekend, we should be, fully up and running.
Thank you, Mr. Lundberg. And my final question, Mr. Jimes, on the pool issue is, do we have an idea of when the construction is going to be complete? One of the things that keeps coming up is that the construction vehicles are taking up a lot of the available parking. So it's not allowing some people to be able to come to the pool because they don't have as much ample parking as there might be otherwise available.
I don't want to speculate, so I'm going to have to get back to you on that one.
That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daffis. Are there any more questions for Mr. Johns? And just really, I think I'm just going to make one point in your report to clarify. So 7 West Parker is, we're doing a study there for potential development, just to be on the record there. Thank you, Mr. Johns. We'll now move on to Mr. Desiderio.
Sorry, Mayor, I have no report.
Thank you, Mr. Desiderio. Any questions for Mr. Desiderio? Seeing none, we'll move on. Ms. Fritzen.
Mayor, I have just a couple things quickly. Just to remind you that at the tail end of our Township Committee meeting, we'll be staying on for a short period of time to discuss a place-to-place expansion premises for one of our liquor licensees. The other thing I wanted to say was all of our liquor licensees successfully renewed. The renewal date was June 30th. They all got their certificates in time for the 21-22 term. So that all went pretty smooth. And then with the decision by the governing body at the last meeting to begin the Jitney program back on September 13th, we have begun to sell passes for Jitney combo, and we continue to also have the commuter parking available. So we're seeing a little bit of a rise in sales. And then my last item is just to report that we have conducted already 3 large-scale in-person via Zoom event meetings for a large-scale event at the Woodland, another one at Maple Crest Park, and the upcoming in October, Maple Woodstock, and that will certainly need another meeting or 2. But we've kicked off our large-scale event meetings, and we're seeing some progress. And thank you, that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. Any questions for Ms. Fritzen? All right, hearing none, thank you again. We'll now move on to agenda item number 19, reports from elected officials. We'll go in our order of our roll call. So we'll start with Ms. Adams.
Thanks, Mayor. I have weird stuff going on with my computer, so I hope you guys can see this. On July 22nd, from 7 to about 8:30 at night, we'll be having this Maplewood South Orange Town Hall on rethinking recycling. This is a result, and this is with the consultant we jointly hired to try to work out all the complicated issues with regard to waste, garbage, composting, recycling issues that we all share. So this event will be on Zoom. I asked I will be sending this to Ms. Barnett, Mr. Jimes, to please get out on local through an e-blast and try to get as many residents of Maplewood and South Orange present so we can hear your comments from the public and everything we need to know about rethinking recycling and waste in Maplewood. So it's Thursday, July 22nd from 7 o'clock. It's asked that everybody be there about 6:55 to in order to like be on time and move it quickly. So that's just that. And that's really my only thing, other than since we're so late, I ask that all my colleagues have brief reports also.
Thank you, Ms. Adams.
I figure I may as well throw it out there.
I think seeing it's 11 o'clock, I think that's fair. Mr. Daffis.
Thank you, Mayor. The business of the town is a lot, right? We have a lot going on. So I think we do have a responsibility, despite the late hour, to tell people what we're working on the important projects and issues that matter to them. So my report is as follows. We closed out Pride, really great Pride Month this year. And it was especially beautiful that it intersected with Juneteenth, which was also a fulsome celebration. We all should be proud of that. We found out the school district, the South Orange Maplewood School District, was officially notified that the Hedrick Martin Institute of New Jersey, which provided necessary support in counseling and other ways to our LGBTQ youth and their families, HMI New Jersey has closed its doors. We're really sorry to hear that. And we understand that HMI New York is not taking people over. However, the good news is, and people should know, that Family Connections has stepped up to support our LGBTQ families by hiring a new social worker that can do intervention and counseling support for them. So please consult Family Connections. As Health Officer Davenport remarked earlier, we've made a great partnership. Well, we're exploring a partnership with the Mental Health Association of Essex and Morris that could really help us in crisis intervention and prevention with our houseless folks in town and the surrounding area, and with some other vulnerable populations. They could also be helpful potentially in the implementation of our crisis intervention team. Speaking of our crisis intervention team, the social worker ad is going out this week, I believe. So we're really excited about that. And I'll report more about that as we have more details. The MVA, the board, the Maplewood Village Alliance board, has officially extended an offer to Kat Dillette to be the new village manager. And Catherine, she goes by Kat, has accepted, and we're delighted to welcome her aboard. She's been a longtime resident of the area, and just quickly here, I had a quick little bio here, but basically, she's been a resident of Maplewood for the past 10 years. She's an active member of the community with deep roots in the town, 20 years of experience in marketing, communications, and operations for profit and nonprofit companies. For the past 3 years, she produced Arts in Soma and the Valley newsletter promoting art, music, and other cultural activities in Soma. She was the director of marketing and communications for Valley Arts, one of my new favorite organizations. And as half of Good Crowd events, she produced several events and projects in Soma. So she's going to be terrific. And of course, Deb Yohannan is still going to be with us, helping Kat on board through the rest of this month and into early August. We're hoping that a lease will be signed in the coming days, we hear, so that we could announce our new grocer coming into the former King's spot. It is a full supermarket experience similar to King's, probably even a little bit better than King's. And we're excited about that, and hopefully we'll be able to do some press again as soon as the lease is signed, because before then, everyone is under strict NDAs. The community fridge, we're still trying to tighten up some electrical connections with the contractor there at issues. Mr. Jimes is on it and working through those so that we could open up our community fridge, long overdue. Our composting pilot is set to start September 1st. Mr. Jimes and I and Virginia Lamb and other members of the Green Team met to discuss how we're going to pick our 55 to 60 subscribers. We settled on an open Google form document through our website. We are not going to do a first come, first serve because that would be a mess. We are going to have an open period during which time people can submit if they're interested, and we can use those names as we scale up the composting pilot after the pilot period. And what we're going to do is after the closed period, we'll just go in and we will randomly select, with geographic parity, of course, 55 to 60 subscribers. We're all set to go on the public works side. We're getting our equipment. We have the set aside space. So we're looking forward to that. And we will do a lot of education as we get closer to September 1st so that people understand what we're doing and how you properly compost your food waste. And that is my report.
Thank you, Mr. Daffis. And I want to just make a comment on your report. I thought you mentioned that was important that, over a year ago, our town was kind of concerned because we lost our theater and we lost King's. And here we are on the other side of it with new and improved partners and facilities coming in. So when you look at what we're putting in addition to the BK Lobster just came in, the Cannon Boss Lady. So it's all, it's good. So keep the faith and move forward. So thank you to you and to everyone who has been keeping that pretty quiet, but we're very excited about these opportunities coming to our town. Mr. DeLuca.
Given the hour, I'm going to pass.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Mr. DeLuca. Mr. Limbrick. Oh, you're on mute.
All right, thank you. Just a few quick items. Public Safety Committee meeting. Public Safety Committee will have its monthly meeting next Wednesday night, July 14th at 7:30 p.m. Community Board on Police will have its monthly meeting tomorrow night at 7:30 p.m. Both those meetings are open to the public. As Ms. Fritzen mentioned, been having some meetings recently with big events that are coming up. Ms. Adams and I had the pleasure of joining the Maple Woodstock Planning Committee with some of our department heads earlier today. Just want to remind folks that is scheduled for October 2nd and October 3rd. That's the first weekend in October. Don't make the mistake that I made of planning something else for that weekend. I'm now trying to rearrange my travel plans and to make sure to get back at least for the second day. So get that on your calendar now. October 2nd and 3rd, you don't want to miss Maple Woodstock. It was my privilege over the last few weeks with several of my colleagues to participate in 4 groundbreaking ceremonies at our elementary schools around Maplewood, at Clinton, at Jefferson, at Seth Boyden, and at Tuscan. I'm not going to give the speech that I've already given 4 times. Dr. Taylor had the privilege of listening to it 4 times. I think Deputy Mayor Daffis heard it 3 times. But it's really an important milestone. We passed the long-range facilities plan as a Board of School estimate. And now we're having bid those projects out. we're now actually breaking ground, and this summer we're starting to move forward and actually start building some of those classrooms where, some of those, those trailers behind our schools that were put in years and years ago that were supposed to be temporary and then became permanent are now going to, as our Board of Education President, Mr. Joshua put it, now going to be permanently gone. We're going to be finally having 21st century classrooms for our students, and it's an important investment for the future of our community. And I was proud to vote for that, as I know a lot of other folks on this meeting were, and I was proud to be a part of those ceremonies with our Board of Education colleagues and administrators and some of my colleagues here tonight. Finally, and my last two items quickly are about the pool. First, Maplewood Mako's meet of the day was today. I'm proud to report the Maplewood Makos were victorious over Morris Township. And the next meet is tomorrow, but a lot of very happy swimmers and parents. The pool looked great. And as Mr. Johns mentioned, the pool is open now. We're almost fully open. Hopefully by this weekend, we'll have all of our facilities, including the snack bar and the dive tank, fully open and ready to go. The water has never been fresher, never been cleaner. It's, for those of you who haven't been over to the pool, it's looking better than ever. And it is not too late to join. A little later tonight, hopefully not much later, we're going to be passing the resolution on the revised fees, and you can join, for a slight discount over what we had originally planned, given the delayed opening, come out, join the pool, and it's a great way to cool off in our community for the rest of the summer. Mr. Mayor, that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindberg. Okay, I'll be brief, I guess. First thing is I wanted to publicly recognize that last week we distributed our Manitou study, the report on the potential fire merger or consolidation of our fire departments. We're in the process of putting together a public meeting that will be at the SOPAC toward the end of this month. We're just trying to arrange all the schedules with our with DCA, which is down in Trenton, as well as our czars who were appointed by Governor Murphy, our consultant, and also key constituents from South Orange as well as Maplewood. We sent an email out regarding the report, and it is available on our website. This has been in the works for several years, but we're the farthest we've ever been. We are very excited about the opportunity to really streamline our departments without taking away from any of the operations or anything related to in terms of response time to a fire. So again, we'll have a public hearing on this meeting. It's so packed for the end of the month, but the report is available on the website as well. I just want to also talk about some stuff from our Committee of Entrepreneurship, Economic Development. Mr. Daff has touched on a couple of key wins that we have in the village as well as on Springfield Avenue. We are also in the process of starting our master plan. The first time we've looked at it in a very long time, and that's not a re-examination, but a full look at it. It was delayed because of COVID, but now we've come out of it. We had our initial kickoff meeting last month, and our second meeting is July 15th, and that will continue. I also just want to take a second to recognize all my colleagues and also the people on Hughes Street. We had several events over the span of a month. Mr. DeLuca played a key part in that, but it was wonderful events to really celebrate the street and the residents that live there, and have camaraderie, have fun times, from fire trucks to health opportunities to a really good Pride block party with some really good food there. So shout out to our residents on Hughes Street. I also want to announce that through the generousness of a couple of our residents and also through Perm America that we've been able to secure 100,000 surgical masks as a donation for the township of Maplewood as well as the school district. So we'll be receiving 100,000 free masks, surgical masks. You know, as we want to stock, we're not saying something's coming, but they're free, they're a donation, and it's going to provide us with some inventory for our fire, our DPW, our police, our health department, as well as our school district. So I just wanted to recognize Jackie and Albert and Perm America for that donation. It's very appreciated. And finally, I would probably not be able to sleep in my own house tonight if I did not recognize that the next 2 weekends we will be seeing a wonderful opportunity, and that is Juliet and her Romeo at Flood's Hill. For those who had the opportunity to go out and see Matilda, it was amazing. It was a great show. But now we're going to be able to see some Shakespeare in the Park starting this Friday night, 8 o'clock, and running for the next 2 Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. These young people are all Columbia High School students, and the other 3 I cut off are all Broadway professionals, and they've been working their tails off for the last 30 days, and I can speak to that firsthand in my household. So please come out and support these young, inspiring actors and actresses as they put on a heck of a show. All right. So with that, I'll stop sharing my screen, and we'll go from there. All right. Oh, it's over here. Nice. All right. So now that concludes my report, and we'll move on to agenda item number 20, which is discussion items, and we'll first hear from Ms. Fritzen.
Gladly, Mayor. Item 1, discussion item. It's customary that the Township Committee consider canceling the second meeting in August each summer. And in particular, the date would be August 17th.
So moved.
Second.
No further discussion. Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Not at all. Ms. Adams?
Yeah.
Mr. Daffis?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Mr. Lembrick?
Yes.
Mayor McGehee?
Yes, and
I'll
thank
be
you.
glad to do that public notice.
Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. Moving on to our discussion item number 2, Mr. DeLuca, planners on Yale Corner.
Thank you. Let's see. So there was a request by the partnership back in December for $5,000 to purchase 11 planters for Yale Corner. And let me put those up. One more shot here. There we go. So these 11 planters would be planted around Yale Corner, and it would just add a little bit of, beauty to that corner, and also differentiate the where the sidewalk is, where the lot starts. If in fact we were not going to be using the corner because of some future lease, that these would be movable and they could be used in other parks and other areas around. So the request is $5,000 for these planters, and I would like to move it out of the Open Space Trust Fund.
Second.
Yeah, Mayor, I just want to input here a little bit, just give a little context. So this request, for whatever reason, did not make it for consideration during those early meetings that we usually have, the subcommittee meetings in December and November, late November, all of December, as we head into the open public meetings, our budget meetings in January, February. It was discussed by the Open Space Trust Fund Committee in the later meetings that we had, our budget meetings, and they did not agree with. They just didn't feel that it was appropriate. Not that the planters aren't beautiful, and not that they wouldn't add to beautification, and not that they're not beautiful, but that this didn't qualify, in their opinion, as open space. because, it's not a park, it's an urban park. It's not township owned space. And perhaps, as we revisit our master plan, we can make revisions to that, although I think we might be state preempted as to what qualifies as open space. But I just wanted to provide context. So, in light of all that, I'll be voting against this, again, not because I don't think the planters are beautiful or that we shouldn't have them there. I go to a lot of things at Yale Corner, and I think Yale Corner is a big win for our community. But perhaps we could find another way to fund these. The partnership could do fundraising for it. We could work with our realtors who were just on this call. We had 80 people talking about our spending $2 million to create an artificial turf. Maybe they can write a check. It's only $5,000. And I believe that we should, at least according to how things are framed right now, I want to respect the Open Space Trust Fund's decision on this, opinion, and how things are framed currently.
I just like to follow up on that. And as it stands right now, first of all, the planters are movable. It's not a permanent improvement at this, what's currently active as a public space for the Springfield Avenue area. And I may be wrong, but I believe OSTF did fund some things in like Rickleton Square once upon a time, in Maplewood Village. And so public space is public space. And if it's a park, that's awesome. But if it's not, there's other public space. And right now, Yale Corner functions as a public space. So I'll be voting yes on this.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Any further discussion? Okay, Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Daffis?
No.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Mr. Lembrick?
Yes.
Mayor McGehee?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen.
Passes, Mayor.
4-1. Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. DeLuca. We'll now move on to discussion item number 3. Ms. Adams.
Okay, sorry. Oops. Oh, I thought I was muted, and here I am talking to you. Sorry. So as a couple people spoke during public comment with regard to, and as we passed a resolution in 2018, asking to hold basically corporations responsible for helping us all pay for the pollution and the plastic pollution and the climate change issues that have resulted in their sort of abuse of our environment. I'm hoping that you all will support us urging the governor to take legal action against the fossil fuel industry for their role in creating and perpetrating the climate crisis. As we know, when we constantly talk about recycling and all that costs all of us taxpayers, regardless of how individually responsible we are by using reusables and everything, the corporations and especially the fossil fuel industry. And for those who don't know, the fossil fuel industry is what makes all those single-use plastic water bottles that everybody buys by the case for $2 at Costco or whatever, while, trying to do the responsible thing, it costs $15 to buy a reusable. So that's another issue that I've talked with Assemblyman McKeon's office about, and that is potentially, that I'll, discuss with you at another time, potentially trying to have a user fee for single-use items so that we can start trying to fund what we local municipalities are paying for in a $500,000 line item on our budget of this year, and probably more as we go further with regard to recycling. So I'd really like to try to get the fossil fuel companies who knowingly marketed, produced, encouraged the use of single-use plastics made with fossil fuels. And the list goes on. And because it's so late, I'll just leave it out there. I think I sent everyone a sample resolution, and we don't have to do it tonight, but Mr. Desiderio, if you have anything to say on this, I'd appreciate your input. And then I open it up for discussion, obviously.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Mr. Desiderio?
No, I have a copy of the resolution, Ms. Adams. If you want to do it tonight, we can memorialize it, or if you want to put it on for the next agenda, that's your choice.
Well, yeah, I'd like input from my colleagues first.
Any further discussion? Do we want to move it in second? Any further, Mr. DeLuca?
I think we should pass it. I think we should put it on for discussion I think we should put it on for a vote at the next meeting so that people can see it's on the agenda.
That's fair. That's what I expected anyway, so.
Yeah, so maybe Mr. Desiderio can take the draft that Ms. Adams circulated and Maplewoodize it, and then we can review it and put it on the next agenda. And, I intend to vote yes on it, and then we pass it in 2 weeks.
Yes.
Perfect.
I don't think Governor Murphy is going to do something or choose to not do something in the next 2 weeks. It's an election year, so.
Yeah, there's that.
Perfect. Okay, so Mr. Desiderio, we'll look forward in a couple of weeks, and we will have it on the agenda on the 20th. So, thank you, Ms. Adams. All right, our fourth and final discussion item, amending our senior advisory committee ordinance, Mr. Daffis.
Thanks, Mayor. This should be pretty quick and non-controversial. We want to amend the ordinance. We talked about this at the last Senior Advisory Committee meeting, and it's come up a couple of times before that, amending the ordinance just to keep it in keeping with current practice. Just to start off on the easier stuff, currently appointed non-voting members include the Director of Recreation and Cultural Affairs, namely Ms. Mancuso, who is now our Community Services Director, our Director of Community Services. So we want to amend the ordinance accordingly. Is there support for that? I'll take it step by step here. Is there support for that?
Hard to be against that.
Yep, right. The next thing is the health officer, fine. The zoning official, we have never had a zoning official attend our meetings. I don't think that's necessarily necessary. Certainly I, being the liaison, the governing body liaison, always report back with respect to any pedestrian safety issues or master plan decisions or anything like that that may affect zoning and intersect with older adult needs. So I also ask for your support to get rid of the zoning official. Is there support for that?
Discussion. See a thumbs up there from Mr. Lundberg.
Sure.
Okay. We want to substitute, the next item is to substitute the welfare director. First of all, we don't have a welfare director. It's human services coordinator, but we would like to replace the human services coordinator with our senior services social worker, Carol Berman, whom we share with South Orange. As you recall, we engaged in a shared service in that regard a few months ago. So we would replace the welfare director for the Township of Maplewood with senior services social worker, Carol Berman. Are we good with that?
Makes sense.
Great. And then the last item, thank you all thus far, and this might have a little bit more discussion, is the definition of a senior. Currently, our ordinance says a senior is a person qualified to receive Social Security retirement benefits. It makes sense why it says that. However, we also know that children may be Social Security beneficiaries. We know that people 55 and older may already be receiving Social Security. So perhaps we can consider revising this to add an age. The state of New Jersey qualifies a senior as 65 and older, and I think we do as well in some of our recreational programs. I'll ask for Mr. Desiderio's input here. Basically, I would recommend that we do, if we're going to use an age qualifier as opposed to this qualifier, which is vague.
Excuse me for interrupting you, Mr. Daffis. I actually don't think it is vague because it says retirement benefits. In order to collect Social Security retirement benefits, you have to be 62 years of age. The other are Social Security disability benefits. There's a distinction definitionally. I mean, you want to put an age in, that's up to you. But I think that was the intent when it was originally drafted, to make that distinction.
Yeah. So, I mean, we can say 62, or we can say 65, or we can say another age. I mean, so I'm fine putting an age to it, so long as we're making revisions. It's easy enough to make that revision, but I guess I agree with Mr. Desiderio that it's not necessarily vague. It may just be that if we want it to be 62, we should say 62. If we want it to be 65, we should stay 65. And I'm indifferent. I haven't worked closely enough with the seniors to know whether we should call it 55 or 60 or 62 or 65. I would yield to you, Mr. Daffis, or some of the others who've worked more closely with the Senior Advisory Committee and on senior issues. But I'd be all for, if we want to put a number on it, let's do that.
Mr. Davis, is there a desire by the Senior Advisory Committee to put a number? Because Social Security retirement age, pretty clear, but.
Yeah, there was a request to put in an age and make it consistent with the age qualifier for seniors elsewhere in our code. We have a senior qualifier for instance, co-housing, co-sharing. I believe we follow the state definition there at 65. Mr. DeLuca can correct me if he recalls, because he was instrumental in drafting that. I think we have that for how we qualify senior for ADUs, even though our revised ADU is not restricted to seniors, of course. And then we qualify seniors in our recreational programs. Not sure if Mr. Lembrick knows. We don't have Ms. Micuso here with us, but I don't know what age we use there for those programs.
So maybe we just want to make sure it's consistent across the board, or is there a reason for it to be different in some places than others?
I don't see a reason, but I would recommend that we make it consistent across the board.
Agree.
I see something here from one of our senior advocates and our co-chair for the Senior Advisory Committee in the chat that says that for senior exercise classes, for instance, the qualifier is 55 and older. So
I don't know, Mr. Davis, how do you feel about that? You're not that far from 55.
Seriously, hey, listen, I already have my AARP card, so.
I think we're making this harder than it has to be. Why don't we just agree that if we're going to put an age in, and then you can take a look at what ages we use now and just give that to Mr. Desiderio.
I'm good with that.
Okay, great.
Yeah, no, and to answer your question, Mr. Daffis, it's, in order to get the senior discount at the pool, it's 65 plus. So, I'm not sure that we necessarily are consistent across our, in terms of our ordinances or in terms of our pricing, in terms of what we consider a senior. So, in terms of what, for the purposes of the Senior Advisory Committee, I'm okay with whatever you and the Senior Advisory Committee want it to be, as long as it's within sort of a reasonable range. Works for me.
So, Mr. Daffis, here's my question on the other side of it. Who are we alienating by putting a number on the age?
I think, it's the 55, for instance, people who are older, what we're calling older adults as opposed to seniors, which is an outdated term, frankly, because there are older adults who want to participate in these discussions and be part of our policy-making decisions and other things that we do, who currently would not qualify.
So here's a suggestion, not to throw everything off, but I know we have one appointee that's 25 and under, right?
Right.
Right? So just to be fair, when we look at that number of 25 and maybe push that a little further up and try to have the numbers be closer so that someone like a 35-year-old could be, who wants to be engaged in the senior advisory committee could be part two. So I'm just trying to find some equity there, that's all. Because I don't know, I don't like 62 or 65 or 55. I get a little bit like, I'm not comfortable.
So you're not comfortable with 55 and older?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I am. I'm just not. There's a lot of numbers. I do like consistency, but I'm sitting here just thinking like age discrimination 100%. So I'd like to see some consistency. It could be 55 but the pool is, yeah. I'm not comfortable.
Right now, it's 62 based on the current definition.
Okay.
Right, Mr. Desiderio? That's what you're saying. It's
Yes,
62.
sir.
So do we want to keep that? Do we want to change that?
Well,
Mr. Daffis, are you saying that you want us to change it from 62 to another number?
I think we should, I think 62 is fine, as long as that's just clear to people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If we're going to say 62 is the number and it's consistent, okay. But we should also look at maybe pushing up that 25 a little bit for, to balance out that committee. You take it back to Joan and your committee and see what they say. Is Miss Larrier the person who's on that committee right now? I can't remember.
The co-chair is Sydney Larrier, yes.
Okay, yeah. So maybe to speak with Miss Larrier and Miss Crystal and see what they say. But I'm okay. If everybody's okay with 62, I am. I wasn't comfortable at first. So.
Okay. So I think we have a path forward. Thank you all for your input.
Cool. Thank you, Mr. Daffis. Okay, that will conclude agenda item number 20, our discussion items. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. Mr. Limbrick will communicate the exact moving of this consent agenda.
All right, Mr. Mayor, so I would like to pull out item number 4, which is resolution number 196-21, as well as item number 23, resolution number 215-21, so that we can discuss, ask questions, and vote on those separately. So what I would like to do is I would like to make a motion on items 1 through 3, which is resolution numbers 192-21, 194-21, 195-21, numbers 5 through 22, which is resolution numbers 196-21 through 214-21, and numbers 24 through 26, which is it includes resolutions 216-21 and 217-21, as well as the closed session minutes.
Perfect. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. DeLuca. Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Daffis?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Mr. Limbrick?
Yes.
Mayor McGee?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. And thank you, Mr. Limbrick. So now let's go ahead and discuss resolution number 196-21. I'd like to yield the floor to Mr. Jimes.
Okay, 196.
With all due respect, Mayor, I think you ought to have someone move it, then have the discussion.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move resolution 196-21, and that's to approve the professional services agreement with Colliers Engineering
Second.
for the synthetic turf surface at D Hart.
Second.
Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Now I think we want to have a discussion, Mayor.
Yeah, no, but before we vote, I wanted to ask, and my question, and Mr. Jimes may want to speak on it as well, but the question I had, and others may have questions or want to discuss, Mr. Mayor, but the question I had is one that I'd like Mr. Desiderio or Mr. Jimes to address, which is in terms of payment for this consultant. And I want to sort of understand how the payment flows. Because my understanding from our prior discussions is that this consultant will be paid out of the costs of the bond ordinance that we passed on first reading earlier tonight. So that bond ordinance still has to pass on second reading, and then it still has to become final. And like, other bond ordinances is potentially subject to review and referendum. So, the time period for that to become final could be short or could be a little bit longer. So what I want to find out from Mrs. Desiderio and Mr. Jimes is how is the consultant paid, if at all, if ultimately the bond ordinance doesn't pass? And that money, we don't sell bonds to pay for the turf field at DeHart. There is no turf field at DeHart. Is it that the consultant doesn't do work in the meantime? Is it that we pay the consultant for their work in some other way? Is it the consultant does work in the meantime and just doesn't get paid for it because there's no way for them to be paid? Those are the things I had questions about. And I before I vote on this, I just want to understand that aspect of it before voting yes on this.
The answer to your question is, as it relates to the bond ordinance or any professional consultant in all my years of doing bond ordinances, you don't pay or authorize a consultant to do any work until the 20-day estoppel period passes on the bond ordinance. So it is being paid, as you said, initially out of the bond ordinance, but if there's, they do nothing until the 20-day estoppel period passes. If there's some reason, as you mentioned, that the bond ordinance is challenged for one reason or another, they continue not to do any work until the bond ordinance becomes official, because if there's anything that goes on within that 20-day estoppel period, the bond ordinance is not considered final. And then when it passes, the money does get paid out of the bond ordinance if it gets to that point. There's no funds that will be paid out of the budget if this doesn't go through, and the consultants in any bond, whether it's this or paving a road, are not paid until a estoppel period is passed and a bond is considered final.
Okay, and the $100,000 and change that's part of this consulting agreement that we're approving in Resolution 196-21 is part of the 1.8 million that we're in the process of approving in Bond Ordinance 3040-21. That's correct. It's not an addition to, it's part of that money.
That's correct.
And this is just the agreement that would be part of that. And then later there's going to be bids to actually be the, to supply the turf, to install the turf, et cetera.
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, that addresses the questions I had from sort of the, the legal and financial and practical sides of how this professional services agreement fit into the bond ordinance. So with that, I'm prepared, to move forward on the vote. But I mean, obviously, if others have questions, I don't want to step on that.
Thank you, Mr. Lemon. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I have a few things to say. Mr. Lambert, could you mute, because I'm hearing feedback. I think it's from you.
Sorry.
That's okay. It's Zoom life and late in the evening. So the resolution says, whereas the chief financial officer is certified that funds are available to retain Colliers. Is that somehow contradictory, Mr. Jimes, to what you just explained?
No,
You're on.
I don't believe so. This is pretty routine compared to what I've done in the past. There is a series of certification of funds languages that appear in, it's an old local finance notice, the number of which is escaping me, that talks about how to certify funds for something that hasn't been approved. So I don't see that as an issue.
My other issues are more policy. And and this is really for my colleagues on how, a couple things. One, that Mr. Gimes was directed to have a consultant come in with a proposal like this. And for $140,000, we literally have gotten no other proposals, which is like exactly the opposite of what I was raised to do. You always get at least 2, possibly 3. And I think we're shirking our fiduciary responsibility and not asking there's a zillion engineering firms out there and many more who could easily be doing this, but we're just being like, 140,000 to Collier's up. I'm cool with that. And that just kind of flies in the face of, literally we have 2 to 4 Saturdays every winter that we all spend all day long going through every line item of our municipal budget. And this somehow it's okay. We argue about, we just spent 10 minutes talking about $5,000 for planters for Yale Corner. And yet $140,000 we're all okay with. So as to many of the comments tonight of moving too fast, my other issue with this is the rush that my colleagues seem to have to get this done. I think no offense is meant, other than I think it's irresponsible and it's shirking our fiduciary responsibility, not only for this 140, but for the 2 million we're going to bond. And to that, I'm asking about public input and why we're not having it. We had 2 or 3 public meetings for the pedestrian and roadway improvements on Burnett Avenue in the Hilton neighborhood, but we're going to take away an entire field of grass with obvious objection from many of our residents and just ignore that and keep plowing forward with this. And that I've been wanting for 2 or 3 years, I've been wanting to put a tree in the middle of a roundabout at Oakview and Ivy Terrace right over this way, not far from me. And I'm told by actually Mr. DeLuca mentioned we should have a public meeting with all the residents around there and make sure they want a tree to replace that ugly 4-sided sign in the middle of that roundabout. So, but we're not having any public meetings other than our township committee meeting to get the input. We're not setting up a Zoom with the Hilton neighborhood. They have a monthly Hilton Neighborhood Association meeting that we have often issues to come up, including candidate forums, and we're not doing that. We're not utilizing any of the things we usually use before making something like this. But here we are with one bid and one bid only, directed to tell us how to put a plastic field in this park, and we're just going to approve it at 140,000. So if that's what you guys think is the right thing to do, I'm disappointed, and I will obviously be voting no on this.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Any other further discussion?
Mr. Gimes, can you respond to some of the process issues that Ms. Adams stated? They weren't questions, but she made some remarks about the process here in terms of using only one firm, not going out to other firms, et cetera. Do you have any responses to that?
As the committee woman indicated, it is a matter of policy. I was instructed to go seek out an opinion. I brought forth a firm that is, the matter of which is consistent with the local public contracts law as a professional service, somebody licensed in the field. So there's no legal requirement to get multiple firms. Collier's has done work with the township that predates my employment. So it just seemed as if, as we have with some of the other engineers, I just reached out to folks that we've worked with in the past.
I just want to be clear. I'm not suggesting anything was illegal. I know for professional services, we don't need multiple bids. I'm just saying as a right way to do things and to be responsible with the taxpayer dollars for an amount this high, we should be getting more than one estimate. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Mr. Gimes, you want to finish?
I think just one other thing that came up previously was that, in talking and discussing with what Committeeman Lemberg said about the firm not doing any work up to and until the estoppel period passes and the bond ordinance is considered final. All of that design work and any potential work after that will be viewed and reviewed by the Township Committee before any bids go out. So you'll see, obviously, what is being proposed in advance.
Thank you, Mr. Gimes. Mr. Daff, is anything further? All right, any further discussion? Okay, Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Okay, on resolution 196-21,
Yes.
Ms. Adams,
No.
Mr. Daffis,
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca,
Yes.
Mr. Lembrick,
Yes.
Mayor McGehee.
Yes.
Passes 4-1.
Thank you, Ms. Fritzen. We now have resolution number 215-21. Would someone like to move that one and second it and have the discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So resolution 215-21, I'd like to move that resolution establishing Maplewood Community Pool membership fees for 2021.
Second.
All right, discussion.
Mr. Mayor, this is, just to clarify, due to the construction delays, the pool opened later than anticipated. And, we had already, taken into account the fact that the pool was going to open later than usual this year, which is Memorial Day weekend. We planned on an opening Father's Day weekend. So we made some accommodations in the rates for that, which is to basically, rather than having two rates this year, an early bird discount and then a regular rate, we just took the usual early bird discount and gave it to everyone, regardless of when they signed up. What we've done now is we have, our recreation department and our pool advisory committee did some calculations, and they figured out, not precisely to the penny, but sort of rounding to the nearest amount that made sense, pro rata, given the fact that the pool opened even later than we had anticipated it opening due to the construction delays. And there were days missed, what the rate should be for the season. And that is what will be revised. And there will be ultimately credits or refunds issued to people who've already signed up and paid the original rates. They'll be able to use that towards swim lessons or other things with the recreation department. And if they don't use that by the end of the season, that will be, Mr. Cologe will work to get that refunded to them later in the year. But for now, passing this resolution 215-21 will set the rates that will allow, those credits and refunds to be applied, but also anyone who is going to join at this point now that the pool is open and folks can see how great it is with the new filters and other construction that we've done, this will set the rates. So I'm asking, I've moved it and it's been seconded. I'm asking my colleagues to support this. And, Ms. Adams and I, discussed this with all the relevant department heads and their staffs at the Recreation and Human Services Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Lembrick. And I definitely appreciate some of that clarification. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Fritzen, please call the roll.
Ms. Adams,
I said yes.
Mr. Daffis,
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca,
Yes.
Mr. Lembrick,
Yes.
Mayor McGehee.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Fritzen.
Thank you.
All right, we're now at agenda item number 22, which is public comment on any subject matter.
Okay, good evening again, Mayor and Township Committee. We will now begin the second public comment portion of the meeting on any subject matter. If any meeting attendee would like to address the Township Committee, please use the raise your hand function. We will convert you to a panelist, allow you 3 minutes to speak. Would anybody like to address the Township Committee at this time? Seeing no hands, Mayor.
Seeing none, we will close.
I just got one. Hold on. Okay, give me 1 sec. Let me transfer over to a panelist here. Okay, Mayor Lawrence Heck.
All right.
I want to know what's the next steps on this vote for the bond resolution. There's another vote for the pass again on a second hearing, if I heard you correctly. And after that, I have to worry about someone having a referendum. How does that referendum happen? Who could I talk to about that?
Mayor,
Thank you.
may I?
Yes, please, Mr. Desiderio.
Okay, Mr. Heck, what happens is the Township Committee will consider the resolution at its next meeting. If it passes with 4 votes, it is then subject to being published. Once it's published, the public has 20 days in which to gather a certain number of signatures, 15%, I believe, based upon the 2019 election. If those signatures are secured from registered voters from that election, then the clerk will verify those and the matter will go on the November ballot as a referendum. If there is no such petition, then after 20 days, the bond ordinance is binding.
Okay. And does the public have the right to work with the clerk to challenge those signatures?
If that's what you want to do, certainly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heck. Mr. Waltz.
I see no one else at this time, Mayor.
Seeing none, I'm closing public comment. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
You're adjourning and going into the ABC, Mayor, right?
Correct. Yes, that's what. Yeah, we're not leaving. We're just shifting gears. All right. All in favor?
Call this one at 11:50.
Aye.
Aye. Perfect. Thank you. Good night, everyone. We'll now go to ABC. Ms. Fritzen, it's now your meeting.
Okay, I see that Mr. Takahashi and Mr. Finn are with us, and they're asking if we can see them.
I'm converting them to panelists right now, so we should be able to shortly.
All right, thank you.
Good.
Since we're switching into a different meeting, should I keep the live stream going or end it?
You can keep it going.
Okay.
We only see Brad. We don't see Luke.
I'm wondering if that second Bradley is Luke.
Yeah, but we don't see him.
I'm going to text him.
Liz,
Hello?
I need you to, Miss Fritzen, I'm sorry.
We now hear Luke, but we don't see him. So he may want to turn his camera on or just know that he can't be seen, but we can hear him.
Yeah, I'm here. I just texted him that maybe he hasn't shaved and he's doing it on purpose. It's
Well,
pretty
I
late.
haven't shaved, but I'm not doing it on purpose.
There he is. Okay.
Hello?
We hear you. We hear you, sir.
Mrs. Fritzen. Mrs. Fritzen.
Yes, Mr.
I
Desiderio.
need you to call the meeting to order. I need you to take attendance.
Yeah, I was just waiting to get everybody on. Do we have everybody with us?
Yes. Not that I'm in a hurry, Liz.
I know, and this could be very quick. We can only hope. Killing me.
Not starting out quick.
All right, stop it, Mr. Desiderio. Okay, I'm gonna call this meeting of the Maplewood Local ABC in session. Let me take a roll call vote, please. Signify by saying aye when I call your name. Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Daffis?
Aye.
Mr. DeLuca?
I'm here.
Mr. Lembrick?
Aye.
Mayor McGehee?
Aye.
Okay, this is a place-to-place, which is an expansion of premises for the plenary retail consumption liquor license number 071133-021-005, issued to Kansas Squared, which is trading as Coda Kitchen and Bar. Mr. Desiderio, did you want to swear them in?
Would you raise your right hands, please? Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what is it that you proposing, gentlemen?
I'll let Luke handle any specific questions you have about operationally, but just in a gist, our landlord approached us about the space in the same building that we currently occupy, which is the front 60% of the building, saying that the rear space is going to be available for us to move into. And we said, yeah, let's go ahead and do so. It's the big difference really is that the space in the back actually has a little bit of an outdoor patio, which until COVID hit would have been a kind of a new experience for us, and that it would have been the first time we'd been serving outside. But now that we've already had almost a year's experience of dealing with the issues, pros and cons of serving people outside, I think it doesn't really pose any particular issue that's going to be novel to us. And I think that's basically it.
So you're going to expand so you're going to serve liquor in this space, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's an expansion of your permitted premises. That's what this particular application is for.
That's correct.
Okay. Members of the Township Committee, questions?
Mr. Desiderio, this would be a permanent expansion, is that right? Irrespective of COVID?
That's what the application is for, yes, sir.
What is back there now?
Right, I was just going to ask that.
Right. For the last several years, under a couple of different managements, there's been an Indian restaurant or Southeast Asian restaurant. I don't know if the fact that you've asked that probably indicates how often you've been there. It's been kind of I've been there when I lived in town. I'd go there because I like Indian food, but it was kind of underutilized. And I think that's the reason why the spot is vacating.
Oh, okay. So it's not just an outdoor space. It's that patio. I didn't realize it was connected. I was trying to visualize it. And so, yeah, I've eaten there at the different Indian restaurants that it's been in. But they do have more of a patio back there that
Correct.
they usually underutilized as well. How big is that space? Not the patio, the building.
I don't have the exact numbers. Luke has actually, I haven't been out there in the last year and a half, but Luke, can you give your best estimate?
Maybe 2,000 square feet.
Okay. And it has an existing kitchen. Are you going to be combining your kitchen to one of those kitchens? Just curious.
No, we're going to rebuild the kitchen.
Okay.
And and put a different, a little different style than what we do at Coda.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it. So this would be a different restaurant than Coda, just under the same liquor license.
Correct.
Okay.
Same ownership, same. The employees would be all the same employees, except to the extent that we have to hire a few more people for the extra space. But yes.
And would there be a bar in the new space where the new restaurant is now? An extra bar?
Yes.
I hope so.
All right, I'm just trying to be clear. I'm, on it. So basically, it's an extension of premises, but it'll now be two different businesses under the same liquor license. But
it won't be two. It won't be two different businesses. It's the same business. I think if you look at the differences, to make it easier, I highlighted in our application the actual pages that are different than our current license. And if you look at that, I don't know if Liz passed it on to you, but there is one difference in there's on page 3. I think tells you what kind of activities you're gonna have. We listed the very same things. We added deli, which, I'm thinking like, okay, what do you serve at a deli that's got alcohol in it? But Luke has always had a vision of having something like deli-like, at least during the afternoons and late morning hours. I don't know if you guys remember back 10, 15 years ago, we used to be in that place, Celebrated Foods, which was essentially a kind of an upscale deli. They did a lot of catering and what have you. I don't even know if Luke was aware of that, but I think he's sensing a niche or a need for that kind of a, probably too fancy for me, which is probably why I don't live there anymore. I mean, just good New York deli kind of stuff that's quality things. Luke's from New York, I'm not. So I think that's one slight difference. And the other advantage was that patio, if you've ever been back there, it's not very large. Maybe, Luke, 3 or 4 tables, maybe. It's
maybe 4 tables. Yeah.
Maybe 4. It's kind of it was almost like a romantic little place back there. I mean, it doesn't look like so much now, but Nancy, I can see you, maybe not you and me, but like, your husband sitting out there with a candle and having a nosh and some nice little dessert, some dessert kind of a drink. And I think that's what Luke was envisioning.
So we're not talking Coda plus Tandoori Chef 2 or like a new restaurant. We're talking about like just a bigger, and dare I say maybe a better Coda, or expanded offerings, but still under the umbrella of a bigger Coda.
I think that's fair, right, Luke?
I would say as good as Coda, and then expanded.
But a bigger menu, maybe.
Yeah, I kind of envision maybe a New York style deli / upscale sandwich restaurant, maybe converted to tapas at night, with a kind of a little bit of a loungy scene. Not full scale bar, but kind of relaxed. After dinner drink, maybe tapas. I'm thinking maybe a wood burning oven. Simple, but yeah.
Would you be able to access each part of Coda through the other? So the new space, would you be able to access that through the existing space?
Yes, not internally. I mean, right now, it would actually sort of facilitate just even the exterior space there. I don't know if you've ever been back there, but with 2 different restaurants kind of like fighting over that very limited kind of storage and garbage space and whatnot, it's been kind of a little bit of an obstacle for both restaurants. And I think when you say can we have access, we have an back door from our current spot. They have a couple of back doors that face that exterior area, and that's how we would get in there.
So the patio is higher than the floor of what used to be the Indian restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you doing as far as access for people to get in?
I'm not, Luke, it's...
we did hire an architect. Are you referring to?
So when I went to that Indian restaurant, you had to walk downstairs.
There's a portion of the floor that is ground level, and then there's it's almost a large area that is sunken by another step or 2. That's what you're remembering. Luke, what's the plan right now? You want to even out the floors, right?
Yeah. As far as access to the restaurant, wheelchair accessible. The architect is working on a way to negate those stairs.
Okay.
So I think it's 2 steps.
Yep, I got it up.
So I'm still, go ahead, Luke, I'm sorry. Or whoever.
I'm done.
Okay, so I'm still stuck on the initial question, which is, so it's Coda expanded, but it's still Coda with this new offering, or it's a new restaurant? And then it's not an expanded premises because it's a new restaurant, but it's not a new
No,
restaurant.
it can be an expanded premises with a new restaurant. It happens all the time. You can have a separate restaurant as long as they're adjacent. And Roger, correct me if I'm wrong, as long as they are what, contiguous or?
Actually, if you even look, they can be separate buildings. If you look at the standard form of ABC application, which you'll have there on page 3, where they ask for description of the actual premises. So for us, for example, we had to identify, because we didn't have the whole building, we always had to identify which floor we were on, which premises and whatnot. And if we have the whole thing, then it makes it much simpler. You have the whole building. And then that same page even contemplates, it says, if you have licensed premises on additional buildings, you have to submit a page for each one of those as well. So,
I mean, a similar thing just happened in Summit. The Summit owners of the Summit House took over a separate owned restaurant that was abutting and turned it into a different restaurant and extended the liquor license to that one. So they have a separate bar and a small Mexican place, and then they have the Summit House. So it's the same kind of thing in my mind.
So I have a question. So you're saying, though, if it's a separate building, you can still use the same license?
I'm saying that the application form itself contemplates that. With us, it's actually the same building that we're already in.
Gotcha. But theoretically, let's say I'm Lorena's, right? And I got the new spot. Let's say I still have the old spot. Could I use that new liquor license I have theoretically if I had it, owned it in a separate spot?
Because it never was pertinent to me, I didn't look up a lot of examples for what the limits for that would be. And I think that's something that it's up to you guys as the governing board who's concerned with, the civic and the community objectives that are designed to be promoted by limiting licenses, by controlling who has them. I'm sure, I think it'd be a facts and circumstances thing. I think if Lorena's went to you and said, hey, listen, man, I got a great deal on something by the movie theater. Can I expand the license there? I'm not saying whether that's good or bad, but I think that's within your prerogative to decide whether does that further serve the whole purpose of limiting these licenses or not.
I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's correct. Okay? I think there has to be some limitation on it.
Absolutely. That's why I said I did.
Excuse me for interrupting you. Okay. The other thing I don't understand is these appear to be two separate buildings. Is it one building?
Correct.
And the patio is in between them? I don't understand.
No, the patio is behind. If you look at our application, again, I submitted the pages that are changed. There's a schematic of the building, and you'll see our current application on file highlights just the front 55% of the building that's currently licensed. Okay. And so the change would be where we actually just highlight the entire building as the premises along with the patio in the back. So hopefully you have that in front of you.
Well, that's not really the issue. The issue is having an understanding of specifically what it is your intention is. So, okay. And it's going to all be, and it's still going to be called CODA, or are you planning on changing the second part being a different name?
Not sure. I mean, we haven't actually thought about like even going through with a different DBA. We'll just call it CODA in the back, or not sure whether, what the purpose would be to even change the name. I mean,
I'm not suggesting you do either. I'm simply asking you the question, and you're answering the question saying you haven't made up your mind yet.
Yeah, I haven't. I think
that's fair. I understand. Okay. All right. So the issue really comes down as to whether or not you want to. So I guess where I'm lost is if it's one building, and if you were accessing it from the front, it wouldn't be an expansion, right?
But you're not accessing it from the front.
You're accessing it from the outside.
Also, the other way. So
even if you did, Mr. Desiderio, you'd still have to do an expansion because the premise before was defined by what was there.
Right.
Now you're adding the extra square footage behind it, so you have to include that.
Right.
Okay.
So, all right.
It would be the same thing as if it was a standalone building and he built 2,000 square feet on the back of it, you'd have to come and get an expansion because you added space.
Right.
I'm okay. All right.
It's late.
So, all right, so no, I'm still not clear. I'm with Mr. Desiderio on this. So all right, so we have one building and we're gonna, one building, right? And it's connected. I'm looking at the Google map. I'm trying to, because we didn't get the attachments. So we're saying that one building, one liquor license, expanding it so it encompasses the Indian restaurant, correct? And we're going to say all this is under one liquor license. The buildings are attached.
Yes, same operation.
Same operation, different kitchen, but same ownership operation.
Correct.
Okay. I am very curious about the point you made about being in separate buildings and having the same liquor license. I want to look at that later, Mr. Desiderio, but that's true. Because that opens up a lot of opportunities for our town.
I think it has to be.
I don't think that's accurate.
No.
Okay, that's what I just heard. So
It has to be a budding. It has to be like right next to it.
I would think so.
Yeah.
It says that in here too. Yeah.
Can I just say something to the group? First of all, the application, just so Mr. Takahashi understands, the local ABC did get all the exhibits and your schematic of the patio attached to the entire building. All those sheets they received on Friday. You received them in your mail packet.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
As I assume we got no this has been published?
Yes.
Just Mr.
Yes.
Takahashi, you gotta just hold off, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking me. I apologize.
I'm not. Liz, you've
All
got,
right.
you got proof
Yeah.
of publication?
I have proof of publication, and the applicant published on June 3rd and June 10th, and I received no objections in writing at all, or any kind of objection.
Nick, do we have anyone in the, Ms. Walls, do we have anyone in the audience who has voiced an opinion on this or is here to voice an opinion?
I have no hands raised, Mr. Desiderio.
Thank you, Mr. Walls. So it's up to the local ABC as to whether or not you want to allow this expansion.
I'm fine with it.
Do we call for a motion, Mr. Desiderio?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I'll move it to approve it.
I'll second it.
So we're expanding it as described in the application, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so actually that would be, before we do a vote, would be resolution number 218-21. Are you ready to take a vote on that now?
You have it, yeah, I don't know, any additional discussion?
I guess I do have one question, Mr. Desiderio. We have an outdoor cafe, but that's on public property, right? So like at Luna Stella, or Stella Luna, whatever they call them, they have an outdoor patio, but our outdoor cafe, because it's behind the building, it's on their private property, that doesn't get included, right? Because that's not our property. So the outdoor cafe would not apply to this.
Correct.
Okay.
Cool.
I'm not sure what you just asked.
Here's my, and I don't think there's any, if the local ABC wants to vote for the expansion, I don't think there's a problem. I'm just not even sure this is necessary. But, you know, because I think if it's the same building, it's the same building. All right. And that this is not a transfer. It's not a place-to-place transfer. All right. But the application's before you, they submitted all the paperwork. I would suggest, if you are so inclined, to vote on the resolution.
I'll move it.
It's been moved and seconded, right?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Daffis?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuca?
Yes.
Mr. Lambrecht?
Yes.
Mayor McGee?
yes, congratulations, gentlemen.
Bradley,
Th-
how's he dealing with
Thank
the
you.
heat out there?
Great.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Appreciate it. I'm not sure if the restaurant's going to even stay as late as this committee meeting is tonight.
Well, you're
I
3
can
hours
guarantee you
behind
it's
us.
not.
I'm going to have my dinner now.
Yeah, exactly.
What time is it there, Bradley?
Come and have a good corned beef sandwich.
Yeah, that's up. I think Luke.
Absolutely.
That's Luke is planning. Yeah.
That's
Okay.
good.
Well,
That'd be good.
thank you very much,
Bradley,
everybody. Appreciate
bye.
your staying up.
Great. Thank you.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Good night.
You sleep?
Night.
Good night.
All right. Thank you.